Dzień dobry Państwu. Bardzo
Good
serdecznie.
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me welcome you very cordially to the now 30th Security Conference in Krakow. NATO, US, European Union, new opening, new challenges. It's a great pleasure for me to be able to meet, even though we're doing it online. We're meeting for the 30th time. It's so important to keep the continuity of those meetings, continuity of reflection, of the exchange of our thoughts and opinions, especially today, when it seems that discussion, exchange of opinions is of paramount importance, especially when tensions mount and the uncertainty about tomorrow begin to accompany us every day. Since 2014 in Europe, we've had war. Russia brutally attacked Ukraine, is present in Donbas all the time. Crimea, actually, no one is now claiming Crimea. For a number of months, we have also seen a hybrid operation on the eastern border of the European Union, on the eastern flank of NATO. This is a new situation in what we would normally think to be the world of well-being and peace in Europe, an ordered world. And it seems to me that this is precisely the moment when we need to discuss what we find most important, how we should assure our safety, security, and also order, how to restore our transatlantic relationships that have been jeopardized, how to rebuild the alliance, and how we as the European Union should redefine ourselves. How should we redefine the role that we want to play in the system of security? I'll be very brief today because we've got plenty of fantastic speakers, our guests, and I wouldn't like to be impinging on your time. I believe that the reflection that they want to share with us is worth focus, is worth attention. May I welcome all the participants in this conference. Please don't let me welcome all of you one after another. May I just leave this pleasure to the individual moderators. I will welcome Camille Grant, about to open the conference, and thanks to Assistant Secretary General for Defense Investment, we will have the freshest perspective on what is happening. I'd like to thank Konrad Adenauer Stiftung and NATO Headquarters, with whom we have organized this conference for years, because without their involvement, we wouldn't be able to be meeting for now the 30th time. May I just allow myself one more reflection, and may we next year, when there is a conference, not go on thinking about the mounting, escalating tension, so that we wouldn't have to be worried whether the green peoples are there on the borders of our cities. Perhaps we could also think and consider what to do for this world to be more peaceful and not in the eternal conflict. I believe that such a dream is somewhat naive, but let's see what we can do. May I now pass the floor to Daniel Lehmann of the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, and I believe that Daniel Lehmann is going to welcome us on behalf of the foundation.
I also do so on behalf of the head of our Warsaw office, Mr. David Gregos, who unfortunately cannot attend this conference due to an unforeseen appointment at short notice. Of course, we as the Adenauer Foundation must take this opportunity to congratulate the Institute for Strategic Studies on their anniversary. It is not always easy to sustain a conference series over such a long period of time. In many other cases, the subject wears out. In this case, it does not. Security policy issues remain important. At the beginning of the 90s, when this conference took place for the first time, Many people mistakenly assumed that the end of history had been reached and a global victory for freedom, democracy, and the market economy were on everybody's lips. This was not the case. What did come to an end, however, was the geopolitical dilemma in which Poland had found itself since the refoundation of the state. With Poland's accession to the North Atlantic Treaty Organization in 1999 and its joining of the European Union in 2004, this very dilemma was resolved. This conference has thus accompanied the process of rapprochement with NATO and the EU from the very beginning. Fortunately, it comes to do so. Security policy issues remain of paramount importance. Occasionally, in recent years, NATO's existence has been questioned or described as brain dead. An aggressive Russian foreign policy has become a burden and is again causing tensions between Moscow and the West these days. All this shows that NATO needs to be straightened. After all, the alliance remains the pillar of our common security in Europe and beyond. Against the background of this situation, we at the Adenauer Foundation wish this security conference a successful and fruitful outcome. Thank you very much, and I would like to give the floor to Mr. Piotr Łukasiewicz to moderate the first panel. Panie ambasadorze, bardzo proszę.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mrs. Szymańska-Klich and Mr. Lehmann for this introduction. Now to the special opening and the special guest of today's 30th Security Conference in virtual Krakow. We have a great pleasure to host for the third time Mr. Camille Grant, who became a honorary constant guest of this conference. Mr. Camille Grant is an Assistant Secretary General for Defense Investment at NATO since October 2016. He was previously a director of the Foundation for Strategic Research, French leading think tank on defense and security. He has held also senior positions in the French ministries of Foreign Affairs and Defense, and also, last but not least, he has also a brilliant academic career, including Paris School of International Affairs and French Army Academy. So both worlds, academia and government, embodied in one person. Currently, Mr. Grant is, I believe, involved in the NATO strategic reforms, preparing the alliance for the upcoming very important next year's summit in Madrid, where we expect some maybe not major but important reforms especially to the strategic concept. So we would love to hear from how is the preparations going of this for this summit. Before I give screen to Mr. Grant, very short notice about the format of our meeting. We would like to invite Mr. Grant for a short, keynote speech, compact keynote speech, and then we will proceed to the questions. So we will have as much as possible space for a discussion between our guests and the experts that are present on Zoom and YouTube. It will be around half an hour Q&A session. Dear Mr. Grant, the screen is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I do have an echo, so thank you. So now it's much better. Thank you. It's really a pleasure to be back here, although a pity it's virtually. I would, of course, as all of you, I'm sure, prefer to be in Krakow and to meet so many good friends and to be able to interact over the course of a full day rather than speaking on the screen. This being said, it's very important to hold this conference at this very moment. It's a very timely moment, and we do have are indeed in a very interesting period as we prepare for the next NATO's strategic concept, which is due to be approved by heads of states and government in the summit in 2022 in Madrid. Having played a small part in the preparation of the 2010 strategic concept, let me stress that this is, of course, an incredibly important moment in the alliance, the strategic concept being only second to the Washington Treaty in the sort of hierarchy of NATO's document. But besides NATO, we're obviously in a different environment, in an environment that is much more fluid, that is in an environment that is more uncertain and unpredictable than probably it was when the alliance was drafting its previous strategic concept. So let me maybe start from where we are before pointing at some directions of travel. And let me do this to allow as much time as possible for the conversation in a bit of a bullet form, but just to note the wide array of and fast-paced of changes and challenges that we as the political West and we as an alliance are confronted with. First of all, it is quite clear that the rule-based international order is being more and more undermined by authoritarian powers. Second, Russia's continued pattern of aggressive behavior in the environment of Europe is quite clear and demonstrated day after day. Thirdly, we do have to take into account a China that is challenging accepted norms of international relations and therefore posing a growing challenge to our environment. Fourthly, terrorism remains a challenge to many of our societies, and we have to take that into account. If you add to this more global trends, such as the fast pace of technological change, the role of new and disruptive technologies that are changing the nature of conflict, the development of hybrid warfare, including disinformation as being a constant feature of today's crisis, the frequency and sophistication of disruptive cyber attacks, the fact that climate change is fueling conflict and exacerbating threats. And finally, of course, and we all reminded on this looking at our screens, the fact that COVID-19 is disrupting our daily lives and has put a specific focus on the need for resilience in our societies there. So that is quite a long list, but it's not even an exhaustive one. But we do, as an alliance, need to respond to these threats and challenges in a 360 degrees perspective and in all domains, meaning land, maritime, air, space, cyberspace, which have all been recognized as domains of operations for the alliance. So let me zoom in on Russia for a minute. And there we have to be very, I think, honest and blunt with the situation. In 2010, we characterized the relationship with Russia as that of a partnership. The fact is that NATO's relationship with Russia is probably at its lowest points since the Cold War. Russia's pattern of behavior, terrorism, cyber hybrid attacks constitute a significant challenge to our security. It is destabilizing its neighbors, some of whom are allies and some are close partners to NATO, including from a form of wide-ranging military buildup. The alliance has called out Russia's disinformation and propaganda, its hybrid tactics, and its efforts to influence elections. We continue to pursue a dual-track approach of deterrence and dialogue within the parameters that have been agreed at the Wales and Warsaw Summit. But we have to recognize that we are in a very specific and probably dangerous moment of our relationship with Russia, where the relationship is unfortunately not that built on trust and dialogue. Secondly, on the rise of China, it is becoming a defining issue for the world and for the transatlantic community. Allies are concerned with Chinese coercive policies, which stand in contrast to the rule-based international order and the fundamental values enshrined in the Washington Treaty. China is developing technologies and expanding its nuclear arsenal with more warheads and a larger number of sophisticated delivery systems. Of all the Chinese technology program of concern, the fact that the civil-military fusion is most directly involved in acquiring technologies to gain an edge over our militaries. So we do see a China that is pursuing an active modernization, also through trying to gain access to technology in the West. Overall, China remains opaque in implementing its military modernization. That has prompted a NATO-wide effort spanning multiple areas of work to address the various aspects of China's growing influence and international policies which could have consequences for our security. At the Brussels summit, leaders stated we need to address China-related challenges together as an alliance and engage with China to defend our security interests. We do not see China as an adversary. We do see opportunities to engage on issues such as arms control and climate change, but we have to take China into account as we think about our security environment. And it's worthwhile noting that at the 2010 strategic concept did not mention China. Which again is gives a sense of how this environment has changed. So what does this all mean for NATO today? First of all, we are trying, and we've been developing a number of line of efforts to try to address this changing security environment. Since we agreed the defense investment pledge in 2014, already following the events in Ukraine and the illegal annexation of Crimea, NATO has implemented what is, and it's worthwhile stressing this, the largest reinforcement of collective defense in a generation, enhancing our ability to defend all allies in all domains of operations. 2021 will be the 7th consecutive year of growing defense spending across European allies and Canada. By the end of this year, they will have spent over $260 billion extra on defense since 2014 compared to what the trend would have been. Allies are investing more in high-end capabilities and increasing the readiness of our forces and our ability to contribute to NATO missions and operations. All this means a fairer burden sharing across the alliance, and we do expect this trend to continue in the years ahead. At the summit in Brussels in June 21, heads of states and government have also made a commitment to fully implement the concept of deterrence and defense for the Euro-Atlantic area and the NATO warfighting capstone concept, bringing forward the key principles of the NATO military strategy. Those documents create a coherent framework that is expected to significantly enhance how NATO plans for the employment of the alliance forces in crisis management and collective defense. It is a critical step towards the identification of requirements for NATO to deter and defend against all threats in any direction or domain from a military perspective. We are also looking at the future and guiding our alliance capability development to 2040 through 5 warfare development imperatives. These include influence and power projections, layered resilience, cognitive superiority, integrated multi-domain defense, and cross-domain command. So this is working in concert with NATO defense planning, which remains the primary tool to harmonize our capability development and to adapt our NATO command structure and our efforts to embed emerging and disruptive technologies into our capabilities. Regarding the latter, NATO is addressing emerging and disruptive technologies in order to keep our technological edge, which has been a constant feature of our military superiority. Technological innovations are changing the nature of peace, conflict, and crisis. So we can no longer take this edge for granted. As I mentioned earlier, China, and to a lesser extent Russia, are dedicating significant and increasing resources to those emerging and disruptive technologies, or EDTs, in order to outpace the West and engage in illicit technology transfers and intellectual property theft to enhance already potent non-conventional tools. At the summit, NATO leaders took a number of decisions to stay ahead of the curve and sharpen our technological edge. The NATO Defense Innovation Accelerator for the North Atlantic, also known as DIANA, will work with startups, industries, and universities to promote transatlantic cooperation and help avoid capability gaps amongst allies. Leaders also agreed to establish NATO innovation funds to invest in startups working on emerging and disruptive technologies. In addition, in October, allied defense ministers approved the first ever artificial intelligence strategy. And allies have agreed on an implementation strategy that sets out ways to which to work with partners, academia, and the private sector, and develop new technologies more quickly and strengthen our industrial base. Space is one of the critical areas addressed in this implementation strategy. It's increasingly important for the security and prosperity of our nations and for NATO's deterrence and defense. In June, NATO leaders agreed to accelerate work to deepen and expand NATO use of space and its operational domain, and to strengthen NATO's space domain awareness and integrate space in all of NATO's activities. Let me now turn to our current operations and missions. KFOR is enhancing its presence in northern Kosovo in support of the recent de-escalation arrangement and the way forward in northern Kosovo reached between Belgrade and Pristina under the auspices of the EU-facilitated Belgrade-Pristina dialogue. The NATO-led KFOR mission plays a fundamental role to ensure effective implementation of the arrangement. In line with its UN mandate to ensure a safe and secure environment and freedom of movement for all communities living in Kosovo, the KFOR mission clearly remains essential today. In Iraq, NATO's mission Iraq is in the country at the request of the government to strengthen the security institution and forces, but they are so that they are able themselves to stabilize their country, fight terrorism, and prevent the return of ISIS. In Afghanistan, our engagement has now come to an end. The mission was not in vain, as for 20 years, no terrorist attacks have been launched on all countries from Afghanistan. NATO allies continue to work together to ensure the country does not again become a safe haven for terrorism. The difficult decision of Afghanistan doesn't change the need for Europe and North America to stand together in NATO. There are many hard questions that we need to address honestly about our engagement, and we've started doing so, including at the level of ministers, with a deliberate and comprehensive lessons learned process, which was discussed at the foreign ministers meeting in Riga only days ago. A couple of things stand out from this review. Afghanistan will not be the last crisis for which North America and Europe need to act together through NATO. Military action is always the last resort, but sometimes it's the only rational response. The outcome of our engagement in Afghanistan doesn't change this reality. The use of force is not only an essential part of combating terrorism, military force is the ultimate guarantor of our freedom. A strong military combined with the will to use it when necessary is the essence of deterrence. Finally, in a more unpredictable and competitive world, the challenges we face are too great for any country or any continent to go it alone. That leads me to the next point. I want to make the crucial importance of partnership. NATO sees its relationship with other international organizations and partners through the prism of a shared commitment to maintaining international peace and security. NATO's partnerships are and will continue to be essential to the way NATO works. NATO partners' relationships are based on reciprocity, mutual benefit, and mutual respect. The success of NATO's partnership is demonstrated by their strategic contribution to alliance and international security. They play an important role in supporting NATO's three core tasks and our 360-degree security approach. They are central to advancing NATO's cooperative security agenda, helping to shape our security environment and contributing to stability in the Euro-Atlantic area and to the pursuit of NATO's political and military objectives. The complexities of today's security challenges requires a broader dialogue between NATO and other international organizations and partner countries. Needless to say, we remain committed to the principles of underpinning our relations with our partners and have taken steps to make our partnerships more strategic, more coherent, and more effective. Cooperation with the European Union in particular is a strategic imperative. Both organizations face the same threats and challenges and do not have the luxury of choosing which ones to handle first. They must deal with all of them at once. A task of this magnitude can only be mastered through cooperation between the members of the two organizations, as well as between NATO and the EU proper. At the Brussels summit, NATO welcomed the unprecedented level of NATO-EU cooperation in the past years, as well as EU's efforts on defense, thereby contributing to increased defense spending, new capabilities, and hopefully overcoming the fragmentations of the European defense industry. The two organizations are now looking at enhancing their cooperation in all aspects of their partnerships and agreed on the principle of a third joint declaration renewing the impetus for cooperation. In addition, the parallel processes of the new NATO strategic concept and the EU strategic compass offer opportunities for further exchange and cooperations which have already started. Beyond the EU and over the past years, NATO has expanded its cooperation with the United Nations in areas such as NATO's support to UN peacekeeping operation, counterterrorism, protection of civilians, and the Women and Peace and Security agenda, and with the OSCE, as the two organizations play complementary roles in building security and maintaining stability in the Euro-Atlantic area. We're also expanding our cooperation with the African Union, the League of Arab States, and the Gulf Cooperation Council.
Mr. Assistant Secretary, thank you very much. Thank you very much for this keynote. We have a few questions already waiting. Thank you for this presentation. So just to heat up the conversation, let me ask two simple questions. One is kind of a clarificant, and the second could be a kind of an imaginary question. I mean, there is no Russia-NATO discussion right now. There is no partnership, no exchange of views between those two entities. How can you imagine dialogue with Russia before next year's summit? So one question, and second, kind of a provocative, when Ukraine will join NATO? So let's start with this.
Maybe let me start with Ukraine. The depth of the relationship with Ukraine has made Ukraine one of NATO's closest partners. So, and I can say this from a sort of direct experience. I will this week only meet with my Ukrainian counterpart to develop as part of our joint working group on defense reform, and there are constant engagement with Ukrainian authorities there. The decision on when Ukraine joins or doesn't join NATO lies in the hands of the allies, obviously, who will have to take that decision whenever they see that the moment is right. And in the hands of the Ukrainian government when as they continue their journey towards Euro-Atlantic integration. And those are the only two groups that have a say in this decision, which will have to be taken when the allies are ready. And you know that at the moment no decision has been taken to accelerate the move towards membership, even though the very, very close partnership with Ukraine is a reality. Including in supporting Ukraine when it's confronted with immediate challenges. So the second point on the nature of the partnership with Russia. Indeed, and that was deliberate since the events of 2014. We did freeze a large portion of our partnership with Russia. We intended to keep the channels for dialogue open, including through the NATO-Russia Council at ambassadorial level. That council has met regularly until last year. It has proven more difficult to get together in the last months, partially because the interest and the appetite of Russia for a frank and honest discussion has been declining, and therefore its willingness to agree on an agenda for a NATO-Russia Council meeting. Let me just say, from my perspective, that even if the relationship is, as I mentioned in my opening comments, at a low point, we should, I think, keep the channels of dialogue open. It is the case at the military level, and it should also be the case at the political level, as we need to be able to talk to each other. I don't think that dialogue is necessarily dovish, and that so therefore we shouldn't be afraid of engaging Russia and confronting it with its actions, just as a number of Western leaders, including President Biden, have done in the recent past. But obviously, the likelihood of having the sort of partnership with Russia in the last decade seems to be pretty low at this moment, given Russia's unwillingness to engage in an honest dialogue for that. But should Russia be willing to engage, there are a number of themes that could prove valuable, including arms control.
Mr. Grant, thank you very much. Now on to our panel of experts and the audience. First, I believe it was Mr. Klaus Wittmann from Berlin. So please, Mr. Klaus.
Thank you very much. I'm Klaus Wittmann, former general author, and I'm teaching contemporary history at Potsdam University. I have a question, and I want to mention my present hobby horse. The question: responsible for defense investments, sir, are you content with what is in the coalition treaty of the new German government about the 2% pledge? Because it is not mentioned at all, but the text says we want to spend in the longer run 3% for international action, development, diplomacy, and fulfilling NATO obligations. I hope that this is a face-saving formula and reveals the right intent, because if you take our target for development aid, that is normally 0.7%, then the budget of the Foreign Office will not grow immensely. And then defense arrives at 2%. Surprise, surprise. And what do you think about it? Second, since I was involved in all previous strategic concepts, I have published a few articles with ideas for the next one, and my main proposal fits with the last subtitle of this conference, Strengthening NATO. I think there should be continuity with the 3 core tasks in the 2010 strategic concept: collective defense, crisis management, and corporate security. But there should be 2 additional core tasks. One is resilience, which I think should not be too controversial. And the second is consultation. Conscious activation of Article 4. And let us remember that Macron's criticism, brain dead, referred to a lack of consultation within NATO. And indeed, in my many NATO years, I have observed this debate culture that dodges difficult subjects. Until recently, the NATO Council has never debated the Iranian nuclear ambition, never discussed China, and the reasons are obvious. It's fear of the public. Either the public thinks NATO is split again, or the public thinks NATO is going to intervene militarily, having discussed this or that subject. And there are so many documents which say that NATO is the essential forum for consultation. And
Mr. Wittmann, if I may interrupt, there are 2 more questions coming, so please let's give a floor to Mr. Grant, and then we will
2 core functions and the 2%, the 3%. Thank you.
Now, first of all, on the coalition treaty, as you rightly in the German coalition treaty, as you rightly pointed, and having followed this quite closely, as you can imagine, I note that compared to some of the thinking that might have been around in parts of the political spectrum in Germany, the general, I mean, nothing in the coalition treaty goes against the commitment, which I think is important. And we can even expect that the efforts to modernize the Bundeswehr will be continued. Obviously, Germany is behind, is amongst those allies that have not met the 2% target yet, but it is very important that Germany continues to increase its efforts in the field of defense, because the fact that major European allies lead by example in this domain is of great importance. And in a context in which our adversaries are investing so much in defense, it would be a pity to not see allies fulfilling their commitments. So I share your reading that the coalition pact allows that, even though it seemed to have been politically difficult to fully endorse the 2% per se for some of the coalition partners. The second thing on strengthening NATO, I agree with you. I don't know whether it's the point is in adding new core tasks, but I note your two ideas, and I think they have a strong echo in our own internal debates. First of all, the theme of resilience, which I already mentioned in my opening comments, is certainly going to make its way into something important for the alliance. And it's resilience really accepted in its broadest sense. Resilience vis-à-vis disinformation, resilience vis-à-vis unforeseen events such as a pandemic or natural disasters, but also resilience for our technological and industrial base in an environment that is becoming more competitive. On the idea of consultations, which is in a way embedded in NATO's DNA, I tend to agree with you on the idea that we shouldn't shy away from having honest and very direct conversations at the North Atlantic Treaty table. It does happen, and those of you who've attended North Atlantic Councils will remember that sometimes these conversations are quite direct and very honest. But it is true that maybe in the old days, and you were referring to Article 4 of the Washington Treaty, we were not that concerned to have a discussion about events that were happening elsewhere. I always note that in the 50s, there were debates in the North Atlantic Council about the war in Korea under Article 4. That didn't mean that NATO was going to get involved in the Korean War or was had any part in the Korean War. It just meant that the Allies viewed that the development in the Korean Peninsula were of great importance for the security of the alliance. And should the US be defeated in Korea, or should, I don't know, nuclear weapons being used or threatened to be used, that would have consequences for the bigger picture. So I think this culture of having very direct and debates amongst the NATO allies on any important security matter is a good practice, and makes NATO an indispensable transatlantic forum. So not the only one, but certainly an important one, or a critical one. So from that perspective, I think fostering consultations and being able to discuss all the major security crises makes a lot of sense, even though NATO doesn't necessarily have to be involved or active on all these security crises.
Mr. Grant, thank you very much. Now we have still 6 minutes of our time, so I think we can combine two comments and questions. First from Mr. Bogdan Klich, Senator Klich, please, and then Mr. Roman Kuźniar, Professor Roman Kuźniar.
Who would be the first?
Mr. Senator.
Okay,
Senator Klich.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Camille, for your introduction. I have two questions. One of them concerns the relationship between the EU and NATO. It is promising that within report NATO 2030, there is a chapter devoted to this relationship, and there is an idea of institutional tie between both organizations. After political declarations that we witnessed and observed during last years, such an idea of institutional framework between the EU and NATO is inspiring. What about this idea in the future shape of the new strategic concept? And the second one, I would be interested very much in this new set of core tasks, essential core tasks of the alliance for the next decade, because at least two of them seem to be, current two of them seem to be outdated, mainly the cooperative model of security that was based on the assumption that dialogue is better than confrontation, that was blown up in 2014. What will be then the set of new strategic core tasks? Thank you.
And Professor Roman Kuźniar. Roman, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Salut Camille, je suis très heureux de te voir après une longue pause. Et maintenant ma question. I'm not going to ask you whether you in Brussels were surprised or not once three powers announced their intention mid-September to establish new initiative for Indo-Pacific, but I'd like to ask you whether NATO foreseeing establishing any link, formal link between NATO and AUKUS under or in any other way. Thank you.
Well, let me try to take this in order. First of all, to Bogdan's questions on EU-NATO. Three quick ideas. Number one, we do more than we seem to do, which is a good news. There is not a single week where I don't meet my EU counterparts, where I don't engage with my colleagues on the other side of town, and that is a reality. And we talk about technology, industry, space, emerging and disruptive technologies, hybrid threats, cyber, and of course of all the crises that we are confronted with. There are some political impediments to deepening the cooperation, and that is a fact. But I think we are much more advanced than we were not so long ago, maybe 5 years ago. This being said, we can of course do more. The two organizations should not compete, especially when it comes to capabilities or crisis management. We really need to be able to deepen our relationship and leverage the best of both organizations. So that is something where we, I hope to see some progress by the time of the Madrid summit. And we need to respect also the fact that both organizations are somewhat different. 50% of the NATO population is not an EU member state. The EU has specific roles and tools on which it's better than we are at NATO when dealing with a number of more soft domains of competition and so on. So that is something that we have to take into account. But I do hope that we will do much better. Coming to the core task, I think it's fair to recognize that out of the three traditional core tasks that were established at the time of the 2010 strategic concept, collective defense is now front and central. It doesn't mean that the other core tasks have disappeared. We will continue to do crisis management. I mentioned our presence in Kosovo, in Iraq, and never exclude the next crisis. Sometimes it's difficult to foresee. I do remember then when preparing for the Wales summit at the time, a year before that, The whole story, when thinking with some of the think tank colleagues of what could be on the plate of the summit, no one thought about Ukraine. Everyone assumed that we would be out of Afghanistan by then, because there was a moment where we were looking at a successful surge in Afghanistan, and therefore the issue was, what will we do? Between the moment that conversation started and the end, Libya popped up on the screen. The situation in Ukraine deteriorated very, very quickly. The situation in Syria deteriorated very quickly. So let's be, I think, honest about the fact that over a fairly short period of time, a lot of things can happen. But I think it's fair to recognize that collective defense, which is a real critical mission for NATO, is going to be probably more central than it was in the previous 2 decades. When it comes to AUKUS and NATO, obviously, let me just say a few things there. I mean, AUKUS is a sort of standalone construct. It is not nothing to do with NATO, and obviously NATO allies have different views on this one. But having said this, I think what is important to note is that we have to think as an alliance, and I think this is more a question to the United States, is how does the United States organize its multiple security relationship with its Indo-Pacific allies and partners, with its European allies, and how does this geometry work? So for NATO, it means how do we cooperate with our Asia-Pacific partners, so Australia, New Zealand, Japan, and Korea. Are there other countries that need to be part of this conversation about Indo-Pacific? How do we, as allies, think of our role in the region? How does that apply to those that already have a foot in the region, France, the UK? How does that apply to those who don't have a foot in the region? And so on and so forth. I think this conversation, and that echoes the point made earlier by General Wittmann on the consultations, is really worthwhile having a deep conversation on how do we approach this particular challenge, and how do we collectively try to get what is the best solution for the alliance and the role for the alliance in an environment that is changing so rapidly.
Mr. Assistant Secretary, thank you very much for your presentation and your very insightful and brilliant answers to the questions from the audience. I would like to thank you for your third appearance in the security conference, and we are really looking forward for your fourth participation, hopefully in next year. Thank you very much. Now I would like to pass the mic to Mrs. Małgorzata Bonikowska. She will lead the next expert panel. Małgorzata, the microphone and screen is yours, please.
Yeah, hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope I'm heard, but I think in the program first is Michał Baranowski and his panel. So, Michael, I will just switch to you.
I would agree. Thank you very much, Małgorzata.
I'm sorry, Michał. Sorry, I'm really sorry. Yes.
Piotr, no worries. It's been a bit of a crazy couple of weeks. We are all here on the eastern flank, have lots of things to be thinking about. My name is Michał Baranowski. I'm a director of the Warsaw office of the German Marshall Fund, and it's a tremendous pleasure to be with you all on the screen, and unfortunately not in beautiful Krakow in person. I'm going to jump right in because we have a fantastic panel with an important discussion ahead of us. And Camille, thank you so much for keying us off on this discussion in a pretty hot time. Our panel is titled Next NATO Summit, Political Unity as a Guarantee of NATO's Cohesion and Effectiveness. We have 4 fantastic panelists. They really need no introduction, but I'm going to go ahead anyways. With us is Heather Conley, Senior Vice President at CSIS, and if I may add, also a very soon a colleague at GMF and a president of the German Marshall Fund. Heather, it's fantastic to have you with us virtually, and we look forward to your presence in person as well. Roland is also with us. Roland, I don't know if I see you, but I will find you on the screen in a second. Roland Freudenstein needs no introduction as well, but he heads the GlobSec office in Brussels, and many of you, oh, I see you, Roland. Okay, with lots of books. There we go. Okay, good. Roland, of course, ran the Martin Center for many years, and is part of the Transatlantic strategic community for many years. Sir Adam Thompson, who is the director of the European Leadership Network, and also very importantly, a former permanent representative of United Kingdom to NATO. And Sir Thompson, it was wonderful to host you at some point in Warsaw as well. So welcome back virtually again. And of course, Professor Roman Kuźniar from Warsaw University, an advisor to President Komorowski, and also a really, key voice in Polish security debate. So at this panel, we meant to discuss, I think, the long-term perspective of the alliance, but of course, we are in a crucial time this week. I would say we are in a bit of an inflection point. The most recent ministerial in Riga was meant to focus on the new strategic concept, and I'm sure we'll discuss it as well. But as the ministerial focused on the ongoing crisis and a crisis that is heating up between Russia and the West, I think we'll have to address these developments in our panel as well. But we are in an inflection point also because, as Camille pointed out, the alliance is facing a rise of China and is facing numerous threats across domains, threats that are being realized and being, our adversaries are attacking us on ongoing basis. Many of you followed also the events here on our border with Belarus, as well as the borders between Lithuania and Latvia and Belarus. So we are meeting in a very hot times. Let me, without any further ado, turn to Heather for your perspective, your personal perspective, but also what Washington is thinking in the broader terms, in the longer terms, in terms of challenges of the alliance, and also how the alliance should react to what is very much a very full plate. Heather, over to you.
Well, Mikhail, thank you so much. It's great to be with you all, particularly at this really important moment. I thought I would just take my comments and focus on NATO's political unity regarding Russia. As you rightly said, this is truly a defining moment. And I think it's also a moment to sort of just take a step back and remember that, of course, NATO's organizing principle was defense against a looming Soviet threat. That was certainly its mandate when its membership stood at 12 countries. It is still its defining organizing principle, even at 30. It has always been difficult for NATO to reach political unity and cohesiveness regarding Russia. First and foremost, Europe remains traumatized by the conflicts of the 20th century. And the US today is no longer such an outward-facing power. It's trying to minimize its outward presence and focus its attention on the Indo-Pacific. So while we still continue to have these differences, the creative tensions, if you will, between deterrence and dialogue, this isn't new. I guess that's the first thought I'd like to leave with you. But it's new for a new generation of political analysts, I would argue, that don't remember their history as well as they should, and are trying to manage these difficult moments. So again, this tension between deterrence and dialogue is nothing new, whether we had the Cuban Missile Crisis, which several years later produced the Harmel Report, a groundbreaking effort from NATO to balance deterrence and dialogue. Of course, coming out of that, we had the Helsinki Final Act, a major transformation of European security, which then, segued into the Persian Missile Crisis in 1983, deep transatlantic divisions about how rigorous a defense of Europe we should entail. And, we have that moving forward with Russia's violations of the INF Treaty, the Nord Stream 2 issues. In the 80s, we fought about the Druzhba pipeline, friendship pipeline. So nothing new here. But as I said, it feels new because we just don't have a generation that I would argue is prepared to understand its history and moving forward. So what is new today? And I think Russian President Putin just told us exactly what we needed to know yesterday in a series of interviews that he held. And I think we've missed the understanding that as we prepare to acknowledge the 30th anniversary of the collapse of the Soviet Union on December the 26th, Russia has been busily rewriting a new history. As Vladimir Putin noted, the collapse of the Soviet Union was the demise of a historic Russia of over 1,000 years. And what he's been carefully doing in some ways since the 2014 annexation of Crimea and incursion into Donbass, he has been working to rewrite that history. As he noted in his treatise in June, The Historical Unity, One People, he has been building this case. Russia has also been in violation, if my count is correct, up to 9 treaties, arms control, CFE, Vienna documents, and onward. So what we have is a Kremlin that is rewriting the history of 30 years. Now, how will NATO respond? That is the question. How unified will NATO be? It's going to be more difficult, quite frankly. After 30 years, NATO members have integrated with Russia economically, even more beyond the Soviet economic ties, of which there were some. But there's also greater political influence, malign influence. At CSIS, I've co-authored a series of reports that look at the implications of malign economic influence in Russia and its political manifestations in the Kremlin Playbooks series. We're coming out with a new report at the beginning of next year that looks at Russian malign influence on faith and traditions and religion and values as another point of contact. And so in many ways, we have a more integrated and more influential Russia within the NATO alliance, which pulls apart this cohesiveness to some extent. But I would also argue that the United States is practicing an old transatlanticism. Our first reflex is to reach out to our Western European partners, to London, Paris, Berlin, of course, Rome. I would argue that this situation demands for a new Atlanticism, where we're consulting more rigorously and first with our Eastern flank NATO partners. They are the ones that are seeing these changes directly. So they're not the second or third day briefing by President Biden or the Biden administration. They are first. And then, of course, immediate consultation with the rest of our allies. I think there should be growing concern about how the Biden administration is approaching this challenge set right now. While I think dialogue is critical, and particularly when times are tense, we need to remain open to those dialogue channels. We have to be very clear, both in the strength of our deterrence and in the purpose and the principles of our dialogue. And I think this is where we are not as clear. And here, this is where we have this constant asymmetry of the Kremlin seeking to escalate and increase tensions to receive more accommodations from the West, and where the transatlantic community only seeks to de-escalate. Now, the US seeks to de-escalate the Indo-Pacific. Our European allies also seek to de-escalate, but for a different set of reasons, obviously to maintain economic relations, to make sure, obviously, that there is not conflict in Europe. So we are slightly divided in our own decisions about why it is important to de-escalate. I'll leave you with one final thought before I turn over to our other panelists. I think, again, we need to go into dialogue with Russia very clear-eyed. The only reason NATO has 4 battalions on its eastern flank is because Russia illegally annexed Crimea and now has over 100,000 forces poised on Ukraine's borders to potentially re-invade Ukraine. This is not because the US desired to do this, or NATO. In fact, Camille was quite right in mentioning the Wales 2014 summit. In many ways, it was Crimea that certainly reinforced NATO's founding principle. But we are there because of Russia's actions. And the more that Russia imposes its will on Ukraine, the more Ukraine is seeking its Euro-Atlantic orientation. And so we have to remind Russia the responsibilities and the accountability of its own actions. But we also have accountability and responsibility as well in the transatlantic community in NATO. We have to go into this dialogue with our principles, returning back to the Vienna document, making sure that we keep a very bold focus on the human dimension, on civil society, because of the Kremlin's repressive actions going back to the Helsinki Final Act. So we have a choice. We can defend those values that we created after the immediate collapse of the Soviet Union and defend them, or we can follow Mr. Putin's path, which he outlined on Friday, and return to Russia's historic vision of its spheres of influence. This is what is at stake. NATO has to be clear about its own principles and approaches. So with that, I will turn it back over to Mikhail. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Heather. Pointing out that, your last closing statement really was a perfect summary in putting this stark choice that is ahead of NATO. Do we defend the principles on which the European security system is based on, or do we fold and follow Putin into the deep dark hole of concert of powers, both in Europe? And my questions in the second round would be to you, the connection between the European security system and what's happening in Asia and how the US is looking at it. But let me turn to Roland right now before so we don't jump immediately to questions. Roland, how does this look from your perspective from Brussels, but you are also our German colleague on the panel, so you can choose your hat, but we'll grill you about all of them. Roland, over to you.
Thanks, Michał. Great to be here, I bardzo mi miło widać tyle dobrych przyjaciół. Już nie mówię starych.
It's great to see so many good friends. I don't need to say old because it's not a good choice in my age.
I'd like to make 3 points, and I'll start with history. Heather has already very convincingly brought in one anniversary, 30 years, almost anniversary today, 30 years collapse of the Soviet Union. But there's another one that to the day, 40 years ago, and I'm really surprised no one has mentioned this so far. I've paid attention. To the day 40 years ago, martial law was declared in Poland by General Jaruzelski on mostly black and white television screens. And there are 2 remarkable things about this that have something to do with the discussion that we're having here this afternoon and the discussion we're having generally in NATO. The first one is that 13th of December 1981, actually hardly anyone, probably no Pole, believed in communism anymore. Even Polish communists, or let's say party members, didn't believe in communism. They staged this coup because it was a military coup, nothing else, in the name of geopolitical constraints and social stability, preventing chaos. And if I look at the current debate between authoritarianism and democracy, this idea that was so clearly formulated in 1981 kind of rings a bell. The second point is the reaction of people in the West to martial law in Poland, especially in Germany. And sorry, I have to say it, especially by German Social Democrats. The reaction was best characterized, and this was done by the protagonists themselves, by the word realpolitik. Like, we don't like what is happening in Poland, but it was probably necessary. I'm verbatim, literally quoting Helmut Schmidt, German federal chancellor at the time, or Egon Bahr, the architect of Ostpolitik, saying, you know, we have two bloc systems in Europe and no one can somehow find a detour around this, and not even the Poles. And again, this fantastic belief in geopolitical constraints and the belief in maintaining the status quo as the lesser evil. Well, we are smarter today. Today we know that it took a couple of years, but then the whole rationale, I would say, of realpolitik in the classical sense collapsed. And that brings me to my second point, the situation today, the global context, which is characterized by a systemic rivalry or competition between democracy and authoritarianism. But also it brings me to the actual meaning of deterrence. And again, Heather and also Camille Grand before that and other speakers have made excellent references to the principle of deterrence. Let me just point out one thing, which may not have been said so clearly yet. Deterrence means the ability, the political will, and the communication of both to the other side to escalate in a targeted manner. So whoever fetishizes de-escalation today actually is weakening Western deterrence. And that is something that really needs to be spelled out here. There's nothing wrong with talking. There is nothing wrong with dialogue. Actually, I mean, the fora in which there is communication going on between the Kremlin and other countries, including the West, are manifold. There is plenty of communication going on as we speak. No one is burning bridges or destroying channels of dialogue or communication, except for Russia itself, of course, which, as far as I understand, has, for the time being, suspended the NATO-Russia dialogue. But this is important. Deterrence means that you are willing and capable to escalate in a targeted manner in given situations. So if someone tells me that NATO should never permanently base any troops in countries that might be attacked or threatened by Russia, I would just say, consider this. If and when the moment arrives that Russian media start talking about war against NATO member states, the way they are now starting or have started to talk about war against Ukraine, this will be the last moment anybody is going to, or certain countries, it will be the last moment certain countries are going to advocate for NATO military reinforcements in countries like the Baltic states, because this would be a step towards escalation. And let's think about that. And that brings me to my third and final point, what I call the debate between the 14ers and the 38ers. and how we live in bubbles in these two worlds, and there is too little communication, too little honest and open communication going on between these bubbles in the West. What I mean is the question, whether it's 2014 after Crimea, Donbass, whether it is today, the discussion is about, are we in more of a risk of repeating the sleepwalking into disaster mechanisms of August 1914, when nobody really wanted a war, except for a couple, but seriously, the majority of Europeans did not want World War I. And yet it happened because of the mutual automatic escalation, of the logic of war, as some academics would call it these days. Or are we closer to 1938? In other words, do we risk appeasement, still getting war a year later, but actually having foregone the possibility to clearly communicate deterrence and our readiness to defend ourselves? And that is an open debate. The problem is that each side in this debate within NATO will find its own hints in history, which situation we're closer to. And no side is really at least acknowledging the arguments of the other. Of course, I'm a 38er. I know that I'm right. I think that appeasement is the biggest danger. But there is no empirical proof that today this is the main risk, except for patient argument. And of course, taking into account the arguments of the other side. I think there are very good points to be made that, well, one reason why 1914 will not be repeated is they didn't have mobile phones in those days. So communication was actually a problem, contrary to today. But there are many other reasons, and I'll leave that to you and to the debate to follow here, hopefully, to find a way of how to create a consensus between those two sides within NATO, because that is what we need if we want to get to the unity that most of the speakers before me have already alluded to and have actually demanded. So I'll leave it at that for the moment. Thank you. Back to you, Michał.
Thank you very much, Roland. The dichotomy between the 14s and the 38s, the problem is, of course, that both of those camps ended in war sooner or later. Hopefully, we are not there yet, but it is a question of how do we avoid this scenario. I just want to point out that both you and Heather pointed to this dynamic of Russia seeking to escalate and US and European allies right now focusing on de-escalation. And we'll come back to you, Roland, on the question of Germany, because you have not put that hat on as much. I see that we have, among many others, also Ambassador Nicol joining us. So we'll ask participants to weigh in. Where is Germany and Germany's new government on this spectrum of willingness and ability to escalate if it's really necessary? Let me now turn to Sir Adam Thompson. Sir, over to you.
Thanks very much, Michał. Just to be clear, I'm not wearing a British hat. I'm wearing a European one. The European Leadership Network allows me a pan-European view because we've got members who are our ambassadors, so to speak, in most OSCE capitals. But my views are my own, not the ELN's. And I have 3 points. They're less historical than our last 2 panelists and more looking at the future and the immediate. The first point is just to suggest that we need to be careful about what we mean when we talk about political unity. It can be the wrong focus for NATO. Unity at Madrid at the expense of substantive substance and substantive cohesion would be a recipe for disaster. we need at Madrid and from NATO's next strategic concept consensus on strategy. That is the prerequisite for alliance cohesion and effectiveness, not a superficial unity that is sort of lowest common factor. Achieving that agreement on substance is hard. Heather has said this a little bit. An increasingly complex, multi-actor, multi-domain world, a still rather uncertain transatlantic relationship, 30 allies, all with different backgrounds. So there's a temptation to compromise and not force the issues. But my first point is that NATO now really does urgently need to risk temporary unity, spill some political blood, if you like, and tackle the toughest strategic issues between now and Madrid, when the next strategic concept is going to be launched. If this concept is going to last 10 years, like the last one, 11, we know those years are going to be immensely testing. So the tough issues must not be shirked. My second point is to answer the question then, what are the toughest issues? There are plenty. Camille could give us a very long list, I'm sure, and it certainly includes crisis management, cooperative security in the South, but I would single out two that are intimately related to collective defense. The first is that I think NATO really needs to push itself on how it does modern deterrence across multiple multiplayer domains. It's done great work since 2014. I've contributed to some of it. It's got a military strategy, but it still needs, I think, to integrate into deterrence and its understanding of deterrence, arms control, better communication to the adversary, and grappling with the complexity for NATO's deterrence decision-making of multiple emerging and disrupting technologies. So that's one really knotty issue, and the alliance can be quite divided on some aspects of it. The second, equally difficult, equally divisive, is Russia and to some extent China. NATO since 2014 has taken lots of decisions relative to Russia, but still has no guiding concept. And on China, there's a major question about what might be said in shorthand to be backfill or forward presence. I hope Camille will forgive me, but I think the evidence of the last few months has been that there was a real risk of the next strategic concept shirking the toughest of issues. But my third point is that now there really can be no shirking, thanks to Russia's red line demands. As usual, Russian foreign policy is shooting itself in the foot and making things easier for NATO because it guarantees that NATO is driven towards a more substantive consensus on strategy. But it still is not going to be easy for the alliance to decide, and I think it really does need to be between now and the end of next June, what kind of Euro-Atlantic security space it wants. Inaction, default action, knee-jerk actions are all also choices, and it is very easy to imagine worst-case scenarios that leave us with a confrontation with Russia that dominates the next generation on the continent. I think NATO can shape its future better than that. But the reason I've dwelt on the question of substantive consensus is because I think the debate will be wrenching, perhaps particularly for Poland, Eastern allies, and in the West, at least for Britain. It is going to require, I mean, there isn't, the differences between NATO and Russia are completely irreconcilable, but they do have to be managed. And that does require not just deterrence, but also dialogue, not just Cold War containment, but dare I say it, collaborative management with Moscow of irreconcilable Russia-West difference through arms control. Bottom line, my last point, no shirking, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very clear point that we cannot kick the can down the road, especially given Russia's very clear red lines. I think we'll have plenty to discuss what the collaborative approach with Russia would look like, could look like, and the position of allies here on the eastern flank of the alliance. But before we do that, and in fact, it's a perfect moment to turn to Professor Kuzniar. Professor, over to you for your personal view, but also characterizing our debate here in Warsaw and the eastern flank. Professor, over to you if we have you. There we go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I don't know whether you do hear me. Yes or not?
Yes, we can hear you with a bit of a delay, but please go ahead. Absolutely, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm glad to be invited to this conference. The subject is very topical, and there is indeed a lot of colleagues from the years ago, including Roland Frondenstein, whom I remember very well from the early 90s here in Warsaw. And it is indeed, it's going to be a personal view. The wisdom that the force of the alliance and its effectiveness comes from its unity, from its cohesion. We find both in theory and practice. In theory, it is already in the Karl Clausewitz concept of the center of gravity of the parties in war. Practice, it suffices to remind the experience of the Atlantic Alliance and Cold War. After Cold War, there have been two main factors which had the potential to undermine alliance cohesion and effectiveness. First, a significant and rapid increase in the number of member states, including many new democracies, post-communist states. And second, controversial, at least some of them, out of area operations, the question of priority in the strategy of the alliance, collective defense versus new missions. I remember for Poland that was a problem. It seems the alliance did manage to put under control these two factors. In the recent 4 years, in 2017, 2020, we saw another and very surprising threat, not only to the unity and cohesion of the alliance, but to its very existence. Threats coming from a non-democratic and nationalistic president of the United States, Donald Trump, who was even considering withdrawing the US from NATO. That is fortunately also behind us. Today there is something new, which I find a serious threat to the alliance cohesion, unity, and therefore effectiveness. On the one hand, okay, we see Russia doing its best in replacing Soviet Union as a provider of the threat under Article 5 of the Washington Treaty, which in my mind is not actually a real prospect, although it could be helping, and it helps, it seems to me, to keep unity now. But Russia will not dare to use force against any member of the Atlantic Alliance. On the other hand, we see new threat, which is real, and which is coming from what we see in Article 2 of the Washington Treaty. Article 2, as we know, is about, I quote, strengthening of the member states' free institutions. and better understanding of the principles upon which it is founded. Here, Russia and other outside actors play on the subsidiary role. Today, we see some member states which are less and less free, less and less democratic, and my country is an especially painful example of this tendency. The problem is twofold, or it has two dimensions. First, domestic, internal, that is to say, anti-democratic changes, democratic regress taking place in few countries in the region, which is against the obligation coming from Article 2. And Russia is obviously very smart in amplifying these tendencies. And external dimension, which is growing anti-Western, anti-European political forces in Poland, Hungary, but also in the Western Europe, France, Italy. Some 10 days ago, the 4th of December, a meeting was taking place in Warsaw, gathering leaders of these political forces from 9 or 10 countries, where Jarosław Kaczyński, leader of the ruling party in Poland, and at the same time Deputy Prime Minister for Security and Defense Matter, delivered a strong anti-Western speech, very similar to the Vladimir Putin rhetoric. And the people who were listening to him, most of them, they were good friends of Putin within the European Union and NATO. And Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, this has to be stopped before it goes too far. Even before the upcoming NATO summit, peoples like Kaczynski and Orban should be asked to explain whether they do belong to, or whether they still feel the part of the West, of the Western community, and therefore they are ready to observe criteria from Article 2. Maybe they are not aware of the existence of such criteria. This should be clarified before some members from Western Europe declare that they don't think they should take care about the defense and security of those who are breaching Article 2 commitments, as they now say in the European Union, that their money shouldn't go to those who do not observe the rule of law. So it is there nowadays where I see the problem to the unity, cohesion, and therefore the effectiveness of our alliance. And it is really sad that they have to remember this truth on the 13th of December. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Kuźniar. Thank you for pointing out to also the very much real problems we have within the alliance when it comes to political unity and adhesion to our values, and also the connection between values and solidarity within the alliances, both within the EU but also NATO. We have fantastic groups, so I'm looking at the watch. I see that we have about 17 minutes, so I do want to open up if I don't see everyone right now, but if you could raise your hand, or if we could see everyone on the screen. I don't know if there is a way for operator of the conference to open it up. Oh, but excellent. I see in my little corner Dan Fried and Camille Grant. That's a great beginning. Camille, I think I saw your hand first, but I don't know if it was something that was left from the previous session. Oh, there you are. How about we start with you? Over to you, Camille.
Thank you very much. It's not that I want to impose another longer intervention. Yeah, I had plenty of time, and I'm looking forward to hearing Dan in this particular context. Congratulations to all the speakers for very great interventions. I have one very quick comment, which is in reaction to Adam's challenge to us at NATO to not shy away from doing a solid strategic concept and having a very honest conversation about the situation, including a tough one if necessary. Adam, as you know perfectly well, the strategic concept is always trying to do three things at the same time, which is to capture the past, and we've done so much since, let's say, 2014, that it's important to put it into a document, to establish unity for the present in light of current events, and to take the alliance into the future. That requires a bit of compromise, obviously, but I would certainly agree with you that we need to be I think there are a few big issues that need to be tackled heads on. You mentioned a few. We could have a long list, but I think we really need to do that. My question to the group, and having had especially Heather and Roland building up on historical analogies with such strength, it's to me both incredibly useful and sometimes misleading to use historical analogies. So there we have to be, we have to be careful. So my question to you is, I think it would be useful to maybe move away from opposing, when people tend to characterize the NATO conversation as those in favor of dialogue versus those in favor of deterrence, as if the two things were to be opposed. I don't think they need to be opposed, first of all. And secondly, you can do deterrence in a very soft way, and you can do dialogue in a very tough way. You can promote arms control based on your interest without being dovish, and you can talk about deterrence without practicing deterrence. So my point there is to invite you to sort of look into this and say, okay, assuming we try to keep those two tracks open, and the issue not necessarily being about rebalancing the tracks, how do we pursue an objective of achieving our objective, which is to preserve peace and stability in Europe and to deter Russia from moving into uncontrollable situations, using all the tools at our disposal rather than opposing them. Thank you very much, Micha.
Thank you very much, Camille. Let's go ahead and engage in this questions, and maybe we can start with Adam. And if I can add to what Camille pointed out, I mean, you mentioned softly and toward the end the idea of more collaborative conversation arrangement with Russia. My questions would be: is there a way that you could imagine this, or that you can share with us? A way to do this without sacrificing the principles that all of our panelists mentioned? And also, is there a way to have an agreement with the kind of regime that we see right now in Russia, that Russia would in fact keep, and that would in fact lead to de-escalation over time? How about if we could start with Adam, and then go to Heather and Roland, and of course, Professor Kuźniar, if you want to jump in. And then if you could just be brief so we can go to Dan and others with their comments and questions.
Sure, Michal. We have very little time, but yeah, I do think this is absolutely doable. I'm not too persuaded by the historical precedents either. I don't think we're either sleepwalking or appeasing. It's clear that the Western response to Russian misbehavior, especially if there is further Russian intervention into Ukraine, is going to be severe. So there's plenty of deterrence underway, I think. President Biden has also wisely spoken of putting extra forces into the B9 countries, and I think that may well be appropriate. At the same time, I think we need to recognize that there is genuine Russian fear, you can call it paranoia, that underlies Putin's so-called red lines. This isn't going to go away, not even if Putin himself goes away. It's not reconcilable with the world as we want it today, where countries have a sovereign choice about the clubs they belong to. Russia is 70 years out of date on that. But that Russian mindset is genuine. We are going to have to live alongside that. I think it is possible to combine modern deterrence with a degree of, let's call it communication, not dialogue, with a measure of arms control that reduces risk and cost on both sides, that manages the confrontation at lower levels of risk. And I think that would be massively in alliance interests, because in the long run, NATO will win on its values as open societies against what it is competing with.
Thank you very much. Heather?
Yeah, thank you, Camille. I mean, to your answer, there's not an either or. We need both. Deterrence must be strong, clear, and transparent. Dialogue must be strong, clear, and transparent. I think the challenge, and I don't need to just bring up history, but I guess I brought up the history lesson to say, been there, done that an awfully long time. And we can do this again. My concern is we just don't have a generation of diplomats that are schooled in this. We also, the Cold War, Europe was America's nearly sole focus, with a lot of different, obviously, conflicts and things that were pressing. Now we have a United States that's less focused on Europe, seeking to be more focused on the Indo-Pacific. We also have the additional challenge of Sino-Russian collaboration, something we also didn't talk about today, which is an extremely distracting issue as well. So it has to be both. What concerns me about President Biden's discussion with President Putin last Tuesday was the dialogue dimension of it is really unclear. Who's there? What are they talking about? And that is why the administration got a whole lot of backlash, because that's not how we do those things. We don't have the United States and Russia deciding the fate, the new Yaltas, if you will, to decide how this is going to work. That we have to repulse that instinct. So the dialogue has to be clear, and I'm sure I'm not sure where that dialogue stands at the moment, but that does have to be clear. Just very briefly, I just want to echo what Adam said. Dialogue is essential. Don't get me wrong, but the irreconcilability here, we cannot dialogue our way through the fact that Russia does not consider Ukraine a sovereign country. In 2008, Moscow said that it wasn't even a country. What are you talking about? So I don't know how you dialogue your way through that. I'm not even sure how you manage your way through that, Adam, because it is, if Ukraine is not sovereign and Russia feels that it can continue to invade, influence, then our rhetoric about preserving the sanctity of a country, choosing its alliances, that's really tough. So as I said, we can do this, but we have to be very clear on our principles and be innovative and find our way through it. But what concerns me, and I hope I'm wrong, and I hope others on the conference call can disavow me, I believe the Kremlin has made a decision not to manage these differences because it doesn't serve their interests. They'd like to tie us in a dialogue knot, but that's not in their interests. But I hope I'm wrong on that. And I gain a sort of inspiration that we were able to do something profound in Helsinki in 1975. We risk throwing all of that away, which is what I was almost thinking we threw that away on Tuesday. I hope not. I hope we get back to those principles.
Thank you very much. Roland?
Yeah, I can only agree with what Heather just said in her last sentence. And I want to take issue with Adam, just for the sake of debate here. Look, the red lines of a post-Putin Russia, we do not know today. They may be upheld, but I think there are good arguments to be made today that whatever comes after Putin will try to be very different from Putin. Because I don't think that Mr. Putin will leave the Kremlin in a peaceful manner, maybe not even in one piece, if you know what I mean. So I think there is every reason to believe that the attempt to precisely do what we cannot do with Putin, which is to manage our relationship, and for Russia to respect neighboring countries as sovereign states, will be possible with an administration after the current one. And, you know, the defense of our democracy at home, the support for democrats, democratic movements, democratic governments in the Eastern neighborhood, the support for Russia's democrats, even if most of them are in exile now, and thinking Russia as a future democracy are 4 steps in one coherent strategy, a Russia strategy that has democracy at its heart. That's the way I see it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope that Professor Kuźniar will forgive me for going maybe to Dan for his thoughts, and then going back to the panel unless somebody else wants to jump in, just so we don't run out of time. Dan, over to you.
This discussion is depressingly relevant. Depressing because it's 40 years after the imposition of martial law, and we are still dealing with the Kremlin's desire to dominate as much of Central and Eastern Europe as it can get away with. That's the bad news. The good news is, 40 years ago, if someone had told, let's say, Bogdan Klik or any of the Solidarity veterans on this call that in 40 years, you'd be having a discussion of how to defend a free and democratic Ukraine from Russia, with Poland sitting in NATO, you would have thought that was best case, and that we were, that it was a Jacek Fedorovich satire. So the administration is right now, this week, going to test the proposition whether there is something in the dialogue, on the dialogue track with Russia, that does not accept Putin's framing of the issue, either tactically, because Putin says this is all Ukraine's fault, or strategically, Putin is trying to rewrite the Charter of Paris of 1991 and basically all of the arrangements that ended the Cold War. We shouldn't let him. The Biden administration had a good phone call and then stumbled in controlling the messaging. But I think it recovered, okay? They knew they made a mistake, which is actually a very good sign. They didn't double down or go into denial. They knew they had made a mistake, and they caught up to themselves and laid out some parameters that, if followed, will guide discussions with Russia. So I'm a little more optimistic than Heather, but I don't think we actually differ. I think Roland is spot on right. And the way I'll put it is this: we should not assume that Putin's Russia is the only possible Russia. And therefore we should not twist ourselves into knots trying to make Putin happy. That is not our objective. There is a better Russia that is possible. My question is this: I want to hear especially from the Polish participants. If you were in Karen Dunfried's place, an American official, but also in some sense trying to come up with a position with the Ukrainians and then the Russians that meets the necessary criteria of not accepting Putin's framework, but nevertheless advancing a diplomatic solution, what would you include? I don't think it's a null set. I have my ideas, but I really do need to hear from the Poles. Nic o was bez was, well, you're at the table now. And I think your views would be instructive for the administration.
Thank you very much, Dan. Because we are almost out of time, let me go to Professor Kuźniar, who is definitely a perfect person to begin to answer your question, but then also make sure that we go to Adam, Roland, and Heather for your finishing thoughts for this panel. Professor, over to you.
Thank you. Very briefly then. Well, the problem of Russia is not the West, obviously. Problem of Russia is Putin and the people around him keeping power. And so as to us, obviously, I don't think that even Putin, as he is, would dare to, as I said before, would dare to exert or to use military force against any of the NATO members. The problem, obviously, is how much we are ready and how long we are ready to deny Putin, to deter him from re-establishing Soviet Union to zero minus, obviously, Baltic states. And they're imposing power of politics rule into international politics. If you are ready to survive him, to survive Putin, this may take time, but probably there is no other option. Then usually the people from the West, they say that they have time here, we in the West with our changes every 4 years, every 5 years, so they think they may play all these kind of things. No, we have to be patient, we have staying, we have to stick to our principles, and that's it. And I don't think that there is, for Putin, like he is right now, I see there is no practical option to find a common solution, seek for compromise, anything like that. So just we have to stay to stick to our principles. And I'm not sure for how long we are ready to stay tough vis-a-vis Putin right now on Ukraine, on Belarus, on Caucasus countries, but it is the only option. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Kuźniar. Adam?
I can't really improve on that. I've made the point twice already that, in my view, the world views of the present Russian establishment, not just Putin, and of the NATO alliance are irreconcilable fundamentally. I think it's a waiting game, therefore. Both sides, in a way, happily believe that. I think that NATO can easily outlast the Russian challenge because it's got a more attractive offer, including to a future Russia. But we should do it at the lowest possible level of risk. And that requires dialogue, arms control, and answering the tough questions inside the alliance and not shirking them.
Thank you very much. Roland?
Yeah, well, there's nothing wrong with arms control as long as you can trust the signature of Vladimir Putin. Look, just 3 points from my side. One, prepare for a long confrontation. We still have problems in the West because we're democracies in coming to grips with that notion, but it's the truth. This is not going to go away very quickly. Second, Putin is not suicidal. He proudly sometimes refers to his street university, as he calls it, in the streets of central Leningrad in the 1960s as a hooligan before he became a KGB guy. And he knows exactly how far he can go. As long as he doesn't meet any resistance, he will push on. But he can also withdraw. We have seen that before, in April, for example. And third, in the meantime, do not reward Putin. And to make any kind of statement about Ukraine's NATO membership today would be a massive reward for Putin. So, I can see the temptation that, we will have peace, he will let go, he will not be aggressive anymore if we give him this one thing. No, we're not going to give it to him, because that would mean a fantastic triumph for him at home. And it would be actually, indeed, as many other speakers have said, it would be the end of the Paris Charter. It would be the end of the post-Cold War order of Europe. It would be the end of freedom, in a way, in parts of Europe at least, in the long term in all of Europe. So let's not do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Roland. Heather.
Well, I'll just close. Dan, thank you for the question. I think what is missing, this is a little bit beyond NATO's remit, but I think what is missing in the 40th anniversary of the imposition of martial law in Poland is that the West had an offensive approach to this issue set. It was support for solidarity. It was giving people messages of hope. It was, obviously, again, the human dimension of the Helsinki Final Act. This is where the West and our own crisis of confidence are not giving a more helpful and hopeful vision of a different Russia, working with civil society as the Kremlin continues to repress. And so I would advocate that while we have a strong deterrence, a robust dialogue, we have to give that message of hope and support for civil society. And that was our strength. That is how we won on our values, as imperfect as we implement those values. So that is my hope, and it's ending this conversation rather sobering, I hope, on an optimistic message. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Heather. Thank you all for a truly fascinating discussion. Pretty, tough, especially as the sun has set about an hour ago already in Warsaw on this cold evening. Again, we as an alliance, we mean to look to the future and focus on the Madrid summit as a step forward also in improving and upgrading our strategic concept. But as our conversation has shown, we have this really big elephant in the room to deal with in the meantime, which is how we deal with Russia and this, as many of you have pointed out, irreconcilable differences between how Russia and the West sees European security system, between our principles and their red lines that are now, in a way, maybe fortunately, so ridiculous that engaging in them is not possible. And now I would like to pass on to the next moderator, because of course, what happens in Europe is vitally connected also from the perspective of the United States with what happens in Asia. Therefore, we are going to focus on the new challenges coming both from Russia and China. And with this, let me pass on to Małgosia Bonikowska, Dr. Małgorzata Bonikowska, head of the Center for International Relations. Małgosia, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Michał. I just hope you hear me well. Thank you, first of all, to Anya and Bogdan for having me here and giving me this opportunity to meet you all and moderate this panel. I also see many friends and colleagues, so welcome all of you. And I think I see all the panelists of this panel. So just let me introduce them briefly. They don't need to be introduced in this group, but despite the fact I will just quote few things concerning the panelists. So let me first, in alphabetical order, ask Dominique David. I think you are with us. Yes. So we have a chance to, you have to unmute yourself only. If you can just, yes.
Bonjour, how are you?
Bonjour, bonjour. C'est un plaisir de vous avoir. Dominique David is a political scientist and advisor to the executive chairman of the French Institute for Foreign Relations, an editor-in-chief of Politique étrangère, foreign politics, policy. So we will have a chance to hear the French view on the subjects pretty much discussed already. Then we have with us Bogdan Klich. Hello, Bogdan. Yes, Bogdan is, of course, doesn't need an introduction, our senator, former Minister of Defense, and the member of the European Parliament, and in a way co-organizer of this.
Good afternoon.
As well. Then we have Ambassador Rolf Nickel. Your Excellency, welcome. Welcome back. Always nice to see you with us.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be with you all, with this distinguished group. Thanks.
Such a huge knowledge about what's happening in Poland. Our former ambassador, the German former ambassador to Poland until 2020, and today the GAP vice president, and also former federal government commissioner for disarmament and arms control. So the voice from Germany, France, Poland, and then we have this from Latvia, Andris Spruts, Professor Spruts. Hello.
Good afternoon, everyone. Greetings from Riga.
Yes, hello again, a political scientist, director of Latvian Institute of International Affairs, professor of European Studies, and very good knowledge about what's happening in the EU as well. So we will have 4 different perspectives. And I believe that will be something we'll focus on in this panel, because many things were already said, especially about Russia. So maybe we will dedicate a little bit more attention to China and also other threats we haven't discussed yet. But I would like to start with this. Every one of 4 panelists, I would like to ask you about the perspective, especially in your country, because that's the key. If we have really this strategic approach, if we are really able to understand each other well within the EU, within NATO. So I would start with the round concerning the perception of threats. We were talking, of course, about Russia. We have China, but we have also some other maybe threats, and generally the view how we see the dangers. Maybe I will just start with France, then Germany, then Poland and Latvia. So, Professor David.
Thank you very much. Of course, I'm not a representative of France. It's my own perception that I will give you. I think that this question of the threats have to be considered in a global glance of the situation of the international relations at the present moment. These international relations are organized, structured by the race for power, and especially in a logic of a new definition of powers and a new definition of the hierarchy of power. And if we don't start by this, by a reflection of this conception, I think that any analysis of the threats will be irrelevant. In that general frame, it seems to me that China wants to consolidate its economy with its international development. Consolidate it in its close environment, of course, by its presence and weight in multinational institutions, and with a worldwide presence, Belt and Road Initiative, maneuvers in Europe, in the Middle East, even in Africa, etc. But the central point seems to me that Beijing wants to be a global actor to consolidate the economic growth and the economic strength of the country. Russia holds a very different position. Moscow, I think, knows that it's no more a global power, but it still wants to be seated at the central table, playing limited but very efficient cards. The card of energy, the links with Beijing, the capacities of power projection in its close environment, or beyond in the Middle East, and now in Africa. France knows that very well, for example, in Central Africa or in Sahel. And Moscow wants to maintain open the only serious dialogue for it. It is a dialogue with Washington, both because it's a guarantee for its own status, and because Europe is inexistent in the dialogue with Moscow at the present time. And both China and Russia think that their security problems are primarily linked to the presence of American military, on one hand in the Pacific, on the other hand in Europe through NATO. Those elements are part of a context which is also defined by the fight of Washington to maintain its leadership. Of course, the United States is still a very big power. See the economy, the monetary dimension, the military dimension, the cultural dimension, etc. But it's no more the only power dominant in the world. And once more, the other element, I think we will have to discuss this point, is the absence of Europe as such in this game. As a consequence, and this is my last word on that topic, as a consequence, I think that we are confronted more to a global challenge of definition of this new hierarchy of powers all over the world, that to a multiplication of threats, even if a lot of regional and limited threats do exist. And I think we'll make comments on that in the other parts of the discussion. Thank you for this first point.
Yes, thank you, thank you. Of course, we are looking for this answer from the European perspective. In the second round, I would like to continue what we've started in the previous panel to ask for recommendations for both the Europeans and also the Americans, what to do in such circumstances. But let's first try to design how we see really the current developments and the threats, and if we see the threats the same way. Now we go to German point of view. Of course, Ambassador Nickel will speak for himself. But if you can help us a little bit, especially because we have a new government in Germany, maybe with a stress on what may be offered from the new government perspective, how the Germans see the current threats. Rolf Nickel.
Yeah. Thank you, Margosha, for this opportunity to talk in this group. Thank you for Bogdan Klic and all the others for inviting me to this interesting conference. I think if one looks at the threats, one needs to distinguish very much between Russia and China, both on the analytical and on the strategic level, it seems to me. It's true that both countries try to change the post-Cold War international order. They're both non-status quo countries. So we have to be aware of that. And that's a totally different situation than in 1975 with the Helsinki process, where the West, where we were non-status quo, and was sort of a dialectic position then to sort of recognize the borders and everything, and thereby create the conditions for change. This is now, we have two different actors that are very much non-status quo actors. They pose a challenge to multilateralism in the world. They pose a challenge to human rights, democracy, and rule of law. And of course, this is a huge security challenge. But both use different means. Not all of them, but Russia primarily militarily, and to buttress the political positions, but it's certainly not an economic or a technological challenge. On the contrary, China is a technological competitor of the highest importance. We have to be very, very careful to address this and look at it from that perspective. China is also a partner. If you remember, in 2008, 2009, it was China that pulled the world economy out of the economic and financial crisis we had at the time. And of course, China is a systemic rival in a sense that that whatever it does in the world, somehow it does things that we don't like. In Africa, in the Indo-Pacific, in any case. So it had different challenges. Russia, of course, tries to legitimize its grip on the former Soviet space. You could call it new modern version of the Brezhnev doctrine, and it tries to divide EU and NATO in a very sometimes in an open way. Doesn't mean that everybody recognizes it that way. And it tests our resolve, the still relatively new American administration, but also the new German government when it comes, and the resilience when it comes to cyber terrorism or hybrid warfare. And we have to be very much aware of these challenges. But also, Russia is somehow or can be a partner for non-proliferation efforts. I remind you of the Iran question, which is a pretty difficult one at the moment. And if I understand this correctly, in the G7 meeting this weekend, this was very high on the agenda, like the Ukraine conflict. My second point is here when we analyze it, and we get, I think, in a later stage to the recommendations to our government, that we should not mix everything with everything when we talk about, for example, Russia. There's a geopolitical crisis. Yes, the geopolitical crisis is both relevant and visible with respect to Ukraine, very clearly, but it's also clear with respect to the Belarusian Polish border. So this is clearly a geopolitical crisis. But it's also, and that's sometimes forgotten, it's a humanitarian crisis, and so we somehow also need to address this humanitarian crisis, because otherwise it will be used against us in the information cycles, and it's an economic challenge. Yes, it's true that energy prices are high. But let's say it's Putin and Russia uses this opportunity, but it's not at the basis of it, in the sense that the energy shortage comes from other factors, starting of the economy again after the pandemic, the higher energy prices in China, etc. But China uses this. So I think we need to be very aware of these differences and not mix everything with everything. And as I said, I'll get back to the recommendations at a later stage of our debate.
Thank you, Ambassador Nickel. I am very happy that you also raised these issues about different dimensions of war. We really didn't speak about it yet. It's crisis, humanitarian crisis leads me to the definition of hybrid war and different weapons. We talk about demographic weapons today used by Lukashenko. And of course, we can enlarge this subject into cyber attacks, information war we are in already, and other domains we haven't really focused on. So you can maybe include it in your comments. Let's move now to Bogdan. Maybe Bogdan, you can give us a little bit more Polish perspective, because Poles were mentioned here several times, that we should really speak up now.
Thank you very much, Małgosia. I prepared myself to begin with China, but when you ask me about the specific Polish perspective, I will begin with Russia. Although my friends say that we devote too much attention to Russian threat, but I'm pretty sure you know that from the point of view of Warsaw, Russia is perceived rather as a threat, when Beijing is perceived rather as a challenge. And this is a difference between those two, without any doubts, challengers for the European and Euro-Atlantic community. Russia, without doubts, will remain an aggressive and disruptive power, and it will challenge, as it did in 2014, the international order. That's why I'm not surprised personally, with the current build-up of Russian troops near the eastern and northern border of eastern part of Ukraine. It will be continued. It will happen from time to time, because this is the substance and the intention of the Kremlin to use this frozen conflict in Donbass as a ticking bomb for international order. But Russia recently, I mean, during last 8 years, showed also that it is ready to deploy its forces overseas. I mean, at the beginning in Syria and then in Libya through the Wagner groups, also in Sahel. That's why when at the beginning we believed that the deployment of Russian troops in Syria is connected with the plan of President Putin to subordinate Ukraine and to receive any concrete steps back from the West. Nowadays, it should be seen as an enlargement of Russian influence in the world. So Russia tries to reintegrate as big as part of the post-Soviet area and to dominate in this part. And this is the objective of President Putin, because with the soft annexation of Belarus that we can witness right now, this is the process. So we will see the result of this process in years. But without the subordination of Ukraine, this plan will not be achieved. Russia and President Putin expressed that very clearly in July article on historical unity between Russians and Ukrainians. There is one very characteristic sentence in this article when Putin says that there is no sovereign Ukraine without partnership with Russia. There is, of course, a development, a change of his style, because I do remember the NATO-Russia Council from 2008 when he described to the leaders of the Western world Ukraine as an artificial state. So there is a difference between artificial state and this opinion expressed in July's article of President Putin. But still, Ukraine is indispensable element of this, let's say, reintegration of post-Soviet space. That's an objective of President Putin. Finally, Russia will continue this involvement in deepening divisions in the West. And what was going on, to some extent, what is still going on the European border in Poland, Lithuania, and Latvia, this is the test for European Atlantic community of its readiness to react. Believing that there will be divisions within both communities. But fortunately, both communities, I mean Atlantic and European one, showed the willingness to support all those three countries. Let's not forget also about the Russian attempt to establish a dominant military position in the Arctic. This is the region in which there will be, and there is, right now the rivalry of powers and new relationships in Africa. Of course, Russia has a lot of disadvantages. Around 2%, its GDP creates only around 2% of its of the world GDP. And its economy depends on energy prices very much. Let's take into consideration also decline of its capabilities comparing with other major actors. But let's take into consideration the modernized nuclear forces that were modernized during last decade. So this mixture of advantages and disadvantages creates Russia an ongoing threat, at least for Central Europe, at least for the countries belonging to our region. Thank you for the beginning.
Thank you. Well, closer we are to the Eastern EU border, more attention we again give to Russia, because the whole statement of Senator Klich was dedicated to Russia, and to China it was just one sentence. That is just a challenge, but I hope you will have more, more time to dedicate also to China, because the panel is on both. So let me just go now to Professor Sprut, and just to remind you, Ambassador Fried mentioned the martial law in Poland. Rightly so, Poland was in the Soviet bloc, but it was not a part of the Soviet Union, while Latvia was a part of the Soviet Union. So your perception may be even, stronger about Russia as a threat. Please, Professor Sprut.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Also, thank you to the organizers, the Institute for Strategic Studies, and personally Anna and Bogdan for inviting me kindly to be part of, I would say, a very distinguished group of participants. And it's always a pleasure to go back to my alma mater city of my PhD, to Krakow, even if it's virtual participation this time. I would largely echo what Bogdan was saying about perception of Russia and China, and I think also, as you, Madam Chair, expressed it very well, the closer you go to Russia, the more Russia is on our radar screens. And if you would have to define it, at least from Latvian perspective, I would define that Russia as a threat and a neighbor, while China as a challenge and a partner. I think these combinations are also, you can say, add to the picture. About a threat of Russia, I think it's been already expressed quite vocally. I would not go into the detail. I think collective memory is extremely important. Of course, Russia is associated with threat, vulnerability to Latvia's independence, security, I would say, for the last 70 years. And I think this collective memory is a very strong element of how the policies are being formed and shaped. Of course, 2014, as one of the American experts expressed it, it was the end of post-historical nirvana. Until 2014, we all thought that it is secure and safe, and basically it is end of history for geopolitical games in the region. It reminded us that geopolitics of resentment is back. And of course, what happens right now, it just underlines those vulnerabilities, those perceptions of vulnerabilities, including for us, for the Baltic countries, being part of Soviet Union and being in many ways also defense island at the moment, even though being part of the NATO, even being part of the, or covered by the sacred, as Mr. Biden was just expressed, fifth article of the Washington Treaty. But at the same time, I must also remind and add to the threat that Russia has been also perceived as a neighbor. It is a neighbor in economic terms. It is a neighbor in linguistic and cultural terms. It is a neighbor in collective memory also with some positive elements to it as well. So I would not like to fall into the trap of just being on a threat side. Our economic interaction in many ways is still, there are some linkages with Russia and Russian markets, so it should be kept in mind. So this ambiguity, even though with a strong emphasis on threat within the combination, is there, but this ambiguity is absolutely part of the picture. On China is a similar kind of ambiguity with different, of course, elements. China has been perceived as a challenge recently. It has been perceived also a challenge for wider global geopolitical reasons, namely because there is a tension between the United States and China. And of course, for the Baltic countries, to compensate, to counterbalance the previously mentioned threat of Russia, it is very important to underline and strengthen the importance of transatlantic linkages. Of course, we, the Baltic countries, Poland, Romania, I think always are perceived as the most transatlantic among European countries. And that's absolutely the case. And I think it also feeds into the picture. Of course, the challenge of China is very much also encouraged or facilitated by the tension between the United States and China. But there is a partner element as well. Of course, the challenge element is not only coming from the tension among two superpowers, It also comes out of the China's presence in the region or increased China's presence in the region. It comes out of COVID diplomacy or vaccine diplomacy from different angles as well, for who would say quite a pushy diplomacy, increasingly pushy diplomacy in the region or in Europe at large. But at the same time, China has been perceived as a partner, 16+1, now 17+1, now again 16+1, because Lithuania is in many ways out. So that's why there is a dynamic, but still there is no negative collective memory in the Baltic countries about China. And that still somehow keeps China potentially in a basket of their partners, especially taking into account that China will be the largest global economy, and that cannot be ignored. I will finish here with the perception part. Thank you.
Thank you for this first round. I can see first question from Jan Anthony, but if you allow me to leave some time for the questions at the end, because I would like to ask all the panelists about something Heather mentioned, but we didn't really discuss at all, about China-Russia relations, which this may influence our thinking and our strategy as well. So I would like to hear again in the same order from Professor David, and then Ambassador Nickel, and then Bogdan, and then Professor Sprut, how you see in a short run and in a long run the development of these two countries together, these relations, and what could we expect, you know, how they can impact on us, on the West. If I may start with Dominique David.
Merci. Everyone knows that this cooperation between Beijing and Moscow has mainly two dimensions: an economic dimensions, an economic dimension and a strategy dimension. Economic with the exchange on energy and arms trade, and strategy with diplomatic and military cooperation. And for example, the common position taken in the Security Council of the UN. For China, beyond the problem of energy, it seems to me that the Russian card is to be played, of course, against Washington. And that with Russia, the cooperation is much more a partnership than an alliance. It's, frankly speaking, a means to contest American dominance out of the Pacific. For example, in the international organization, it's very difficult for China to contest directly the US in the Pacific. So there is another strategy in the international organization. And for that, Russia is a good card to play. For Russia, the first interest is economic and then diplomatic to cope with, for example, Western sanctions, and to be considered once more as a first-rank actor. If you play with Beijing, you are a first-rank actor. But remember, let's remember that for Putin, the Chinese choice has been a second-hand choice. At the beginning of the century, the first choice was European direction. But this is a problem for the historians. The game now has here only three players, China, Russia, and don't forget the United States. And Europe is out for the moment. We will go back to Europe, I think, later on. What could be the future of this relation? On the long run, I have a difficulty to imagine a partnership turning into a solid alliance for constituting a bloc, as we used to say during the Cold War. There is too much cross-distrust between those two actors. The distrust is really massive. So I think that it's a tactical arrangement much more than a strategic one. A tactical arrangement once more directed against the dominance of Western countries in the Pacific and in Europe. The answer, last remark, the answer of Europe, well, it should be simply to try to enter the game. For entering the game, we have to show to Moscow that the strategic organization of the European continent cannot be negotiated only with Washington, which is the position of Moscow in the present time. And that we Europeans, we have specific proposition in that respect. We'll comment that later on in our debate, I think. The absence of dialogue with Moscow pushes Moscow in the arms of the Chinese, of course. And on the other hand, we have to show to Beijing that we have also specific interest in the region, in the Asiatic, in the Pacific region, that those interests are different of American ones, and that we have interest in all the regions where China wants to be, in the Pacific, in Africa, in the Middle East, and of course in Europe. But that will be my last word. This revival of the European position in this triptych, Russia, China, and US, the revival of the position of Europe depends, to me, first, of the refusal of a global Western anti-Chinese alliance, which is an idea which is much more discussed, as you know now. And of course, and it's another problem, it's another story, the unity or the possible unity of Europeans in the diplomatic field. But that's frankly another story. Thank you.
Thank you very much for these interesting comments, and maybe controversial from some point of view as well.
I hope so.
I could also hear this nostalgia in your voice when you were talking about Russia being, closer to Europe in its choices than to China. Let's see. So now I go to Ambassador Nickel.
Yeah, thank you very much. I agree with a lot that has been said before, but I also would say a couple of words where I differ at the end. It is true that these days there are signs of Russia and China moving closer together. It's not deniable. There are common exercises, militarily not of great importance, but nevertheless, there is some economic infrastructure that is developing in between those two countries. There's an increase in trade because of what has happened in the relationship with the West, and politically there's also I would say also sort of a tactical alliance against the democracy forces, especially when it comes to the summit of democracy. Here they are they want to play against that narrative. But both countries are very, very different. I mean, there's a dynamic China on the rise, no question, with a lot of challenges for the international community. We talked about that earlier. Russia is on the way down in this new situation. It's still heavily relying on raw materials and on hydrocarbons, and certainly is not a match economically for China. And also because of the economic situation, Europe is for Russia still very attractive. So a lot will depend in the longer term whether this rivalry with the West will increase, and that may push Russia more towards China. But a lot will, of course, depend on our own actions and the further evolution of the international system. We have possibilities here, and we should be aware of this. Where I have some problems with the previous speaker when he said, I don't know whether I got this correctly, but of course there is this triangle, but Europe has a role to play. We have to be aware of the fact that there is a new challenge, a nature. We have to identify the nature of the challenge, and really see to it that we do not underestimate it. And we have to do the necessary protection of our strategic industries. We have to defend ourselves when it comes to inroads that they are making. And the European Union also can do something. I think it can do a lot. Like Global Gateway Initiative, for example, is one point in here that should be mentioned. But certainly, what we should not do is sort of try to what some people call Nixon in reverse. That is to say, use Russia against China in a way of trying to sow discord. This is not going to work, first of all, and secondly, we would betray our own convictions if we did that. So I would think we need here a lot of patience because I don't see really in the long term a real strategic alliance. Most of what we see is tactical and can be reversed at any time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Nickel. Now I go to Senator Klich.
I see a lot of temptation to move to the panel 3 and to concentrate on the future of European security, foreign and defense policy. I'm also strongly in favor of reinforcement of European strategic autonomy, although I see, the future for this concept within the framework of the European Union, not beyond the framework of the EU. But after such declaration, let me move for a while only, to this Chinese challenge. First of all, Europe is deeply divided concerning China. Not only regionally, but also inside particular countries. In my country, in Poland, there is a discussion about between opposition and the ruling camp concerning the attitude to China. What is the reason that our Minister of Foreign Affairs goes to China just after Europe decided to reject the special trade agreement with China? European Parliament decided to do that, and to have political talks about. We don't know what was the reason, and we don't know what was the effect of this visit. So we don't want our government to go the way that Viktor Orban opened many years ago. And to deepen the divisions within the European community. Let's say that the region, Central Europe, is between what Lithuanians did recently and what Viktor Orban did many years ago. When we add to that the few differences between the western and central part of Europe, those division lines are very clear, are transparent. We have to work on a coherent European position. Without doubts, this is the challenge, and this is one of the targets. And then we can speak about let's say reapproachment of European and American position towards China. There is a slight promise that such a reapproachment is possible, because the interim 2021 strategy of the United States it speaks with similar words about China. It speaks about cooperation at the highest strategic level. For example, in the area of arms race and arms control, when the competition in a variety of other fields. But still, there is a gap between the European Union's and Americans' position concerning China, and we have to work on that as well. My third remark is about Chinese position in the world that will be enhanced. Without any doubts, China will have much more dominating position in Asia. China will invest, as it did before, in Africa, and will try to consolidate its trade rules in those countries. China is involved also in the competition in the Arctic, and will try to use its technological achievements for building a formidable military. But this military will be mainly, as far as I can predict, concentrated on the naval forces in the Pacific Ocean. So for some countries of the European Union, for example, France, it will be a natural competitor in that region, and we have to take it into consideration. And finally, China will demand the international respect for its growing power, growing economy, and influence in the world. And with this respect, we will have troubles in the future.
Thank you, Bogdan, for these remarks. Also, we see more and more differences between the different member states, considering especially engagement outside Europe. For some members, like France, in the Pacific is a natural place of being active. Maybe for countries like Latvia, it will not be necessarily the case. Professor Spruce.
Yes, thank you. Just a few reflections on the alliance or partnership between Russia and China. It has been declared previously that Russia is a sharp power, while China is a long power. At the moment, I think there is more and more of convergence. And I would not doubt, but I think apart from tactical elements, there is also more fundamental element of convergence. These are two powers which are becoming increasingly short. Situation should be solved right now. Sharp and assertive. They are willing to compensate for, let's say, geopolitical resentment with potentially resorting to force. These are countries which are also based on authoritarian ideological premises, and to fight for those hearts and minds globally, ideologically, for authoritarian values, if you may say so. That's why for Europe to deal with China and Russia, even though there are divergences, and of course there are divergences of interest, because Russia, of course, primarily focused on post-Soviet space, while China focused on its own neighborhood. But at the same time, in terms of the wider values, it is a lot of convergence in fundamental terms. If you may define that Europe remains from Venus, Russia and China are both from Mars. And what is the response? Not easy responses. Just take example of Beijing Olympics. You see what is the division of attitude. Should official diplomatic delegations be sent to Beijing Olympics or not? And there is quite division among the Euro-Atlantic community, even though within Europe or among European NATO allies, there is division, as UK has decided not to send its delegation to China, while new government in Germany, as far as I understand, has expressed that cooperation is still important with China. So there are divergences. So there is, as Munich Security Forum expressed, some element of restlessness with regard to Russia and China, sort of those fundamental platform of convergent approach. I would be cliche to some extent. We hosted in Riga just basically a week ago, or 2 weeks ago, the foreign ministers meeting. And Jens Stoltenberg expressed, of course, one of the challenges, what we face internally and also with regard to our assertive challenges, it is decline of democracy. And it's not only outside of Euro-Atlantic community, it is even to some extent within Euro-Atlantic community. Of course, second, so the democracy and democracy summit, I would not say that it is a solution, but I think this is a somehow element of trying to adjust to the changing world and trying to address also the ideologically authoritarian assertiveness or legitimate pushback, as they have expressed themselves. Second one is, of course, resilience. At the very end, strength starts at home. Strength starts domestically, internally. So resilience in terms of regulations, resilience in terms of software, resilience in terms of hardware. And then, of course, once more bringing back, let us say, going out, namely is that, of course, those values should be preached not only internally within the Euro-Atlantic community, it also should be preached internationally. So within a democracy summit, there were 110 countries. So it's quite a large number. So I think there is still a lot to do, a lot to engage, which somehow also would constrain and contain assertive authoritarian ideological presence of the whatever Russian and Chinese, some sort of tactical or more fundamental alliance. I stop here again.
Thank you for these comments. It's evident that China and Russia, in a short run at least, they will cooperate. Maybe that's also a kind of a judgment on how they see Europe, because they join forces, maybe because Russia doesn't see Europe as a serious enough actor. That's something we have to reflect upon, and it's definitely not easy to operate as not being a state, but a bunch of 27 states between these huge powers right now. Before I go to the last round, we don't have much time, but still we started a little bit late, so I guess 5 minutes more we can add to the panel. I would like Mr. Anthony, because I see the hand up. Is it a question or comment? Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Yeah, it really links to the description of China as a challenge, which we've heard now from several of the presentations, in circumstances where a NATO member, Lithuania, is being bullied in a very direct way by China. And I think it goes back to the point Adam Thompson raised about whether we really have an accurate understanding of contemporary deterrence. There are at least 40 Chinese cities with a larger population than Lithuania. So China doesn't care about Lithuania. It's clearly a signal about Europe needing to be very, very careful how they treat the issue of Taiwan. And so this is a case of contemporary deterrence from the Chinese side. And it seems to me we haven't really engaged with this issue of what deterrence actually means today.
Thank you. Thank you for this comment. I see also the panelists of the next panel are already with us. So I would like to ask my panelists kindly to give these final recommendations, which would be a good starting point maybe for the next panel as well. Let's keep the time short because it's almost over. So starting from Dominique David.
Are we supposed to mix Russia and China for those recommendations? I understand.
Yes,
well,
yes, please.
First, I'm not sure that my government is waiting for my recommendations, but nevertheless.
The government may be changed, we don't know yet.
I will try to be short. So, concerning Russia, my first recommendation will be not to consider Russia as a new global military threat. I say precisely a new global military threat. Simply because I cannot see why Russia should be interpreted as a new global military threat. I have only one remark about it. The military budget of Russia at the present time is equivalent to the military budget of France for quite different military tasks, if I'm not wrong. Of course, well, it's a little higher, but just a little higher. It's a roughly speaking the same level. Of course, Russian armed forces have improved since 2 decades and achieved limited capacities of power projection, but that doesn't build a global, a new military threat, especially in front of NATO forces. In that logic, and I know it's difficult to say that in Central Europe in general and in Poland in particular, I personally, I do not consider the present Russian deployments close to the Ukraine. as a direct threat of invasion, but much more as an argument before negotiations, as it seemed to be proved by the last conversation and dialogue between Biden and Putin, simply. Frankly speaking, I hardly see what could be the strategic scope of now of a Russian invasion in Ukraine, but this is another comment. My second recommendation would be, nevertheless, to support the reinforcement of the deterrence means of NATO in Central Europe, of course, especially for coping with the possibilities of limited military crisis. Crisis solutions must be, of course, negotiated and not deposed. That's an evidence. My third recommendation would be to propose to Moscow not a dialogue. Russians are not interested in a dialogue that really exists on a daily basis. To propose to Moscow not a dialogue, but a real negotiation. And we can negotiate if we identify common interests. There is a common interest. So the common interest is the definition of a new security architecture in Europe. You can call it the way you want, but this is the problem and the central problem. Russians, Europeans, and Americans have now a common interest to define such a new architecture. The situation inherited of the 90s is obviously over. And someone has reminded it previously, Russians, Americans, and Europeans have been 4 decades ago able to conclude the Helsinki Agreement. What we did with the Soviet Union could be imagined with the Russians now. Moscow is once more gaining limited but very efficient cards everywhere it is possible. In the relationship with Beijing, we commented that point, in Middle East, in Africa, etc. These cards will be very useful to Moscow when the negotiation will be open, and it will be open someday. The more we will wait, the more Moscow will have cards to play the game. Considering China, I think that Europeans, frankly speaking, will not have an important role in the region, both for historical and geographical reasons, and especially not such an important role in the military dimension. The 2 countries mainly concerned, France and Britain, have only limited naval means to deploy there. And by the way, the idea of a global Britain applied to the Pacific is a joke, of course. But we should not forget that we have there in the Pacific important interests. Well, territories for France, but this is not the central challenge, but freedom of navigation, avoiding a global conflict around Taiwan, fighting the spread of weapons of mass destruction. We need to talk with China about North Korea, about Iran, of course, and more generally about all the future negotiation on arms control and disarmament. We have the problem of China's technologies, and more generally the relation with China anywhere China wants to be present. We must talk with Beijing on all these topics. And it's why it seems to me that we have interest to build with China a relation balancing rivalry, of course, and partnership. That would suppose a more direct diplomatic involvement for Europeans in the region with other partners. I mean, India, Japan, ASEAN, and even Australia. And this is an important point for French. And of course, to protect Europe from dangerous Chinese deployments, at least in 3 main fields: financial, industrial, and informational. Here, and that will be my last comment, don't worry, the decisions of the Europeans will be decisive. For example, considering the possible general agreement on investments, on the future of the planned next generation EU, a defensive position, for example, in technological matters is not enough. We have to build, Bogdan mentioned it, with our investments, a real strategic autonomy of Europe. And this strategic autonomy has to be first technological. And we have to fight propaganda, of course, and disinformation, as Chinese diplomacy appears to be more and more assertive or aggressive. You know that President Macron is today in Hungary, and the creation announced of a Chinese university in Hungary would be a good news if the aim was to develop dialogue and friendships between peoples. But we are not sure that is the initial aim of the Chinese investment. Last word, China is very present and active as Moscow in the Western Balkans. And we know that the last 3 decades have failed to solve the problems, many problems of that region. Of course, we also know that an immediate enlargement of European Union is not possible towards the countries of the Western Balkans. But if we fail to imagine very rapidly a way or another to link more closely those countries to EU, China will have there an enlarged playing field, and a playing field very close of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the really long list of recommendations. Very interesting. Let me just not waste time and move on to Ambassador Nickel. This was French perspective, not German.
Thank you very much. I'll be brief. With respect to Russia, 3 recommendations. First, a clear signaling that NATO and the European Union is not giving in to blackmail from Russia. We need to have a clear message that we are determined not to accept any red lines in contradiction with the existing order. And therefore, I'm not in favor of changing the international order, or the basis of the international order, which is the Paris Charter. Second point, deterrence. We need to deter any further aggressive behavior with military measures that have been already in progress after the Riga Ministerial, our readiness to continue to apply sanctions where necessary, and if Russia really decided to invade Ukraine, which I don't think it would, but if we deter correctly. But if it does, then everything is on the table, including Nord Stream 2, and that's a German perspective. Thirdly, we need to have a strategic patience here. There are, in the previous panel, people said, I believe it was Adam Thompson who said it was irreconcilable differences. This is true, I think, but we still need to look for dialogue on the basis of these determination not to accept any red lines, and of course with partners of the eastern flank, and the kinds of messaging that President Biden has given after the last call with President Putin was not very fortunate, I think. So I think the eastern partners on the eastern flank have to be included in this dialogue. That's with respect to China. Also, very quickly, we need to support the US containment efforts in the Indo-Pacific by taking over more responsibilities in Europe. NATO is a transatlantic organization, and giving it the military role in the Pacific would overload the system. And we would also have to, I think, support the narrative of democracies versus autocracies through initiatives such as the Summit for Democracy. We need to speak out against human rights abuses, and we need to engage in much more dialogue with countries of the region, such as ASEAN, for example, and diversify our relations in the Indo-Pacific. And of course, we also need to reinforce our sovereignty of goods of strategic importance, and we need to signal our readiness to react in case China engages in aggressive behavior against Taiwan. Thank you. In very short, thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Very brief and very clear. Senator Klich, please.
As for me, deterrence of both, NATO and European Union, because there was a remark of Mr. Ian Anthony about that, is not connected only with new capabilities. Capabilities are crucial. Capabilities are important, and mainly NATO should be ready to acquire and to use new capabilities for both deterrence and potential collective defense. But what is crucial for NATO, it is to overcome those divisions that were made by President Donald Trump and to reintroduce political unity. So political unity is one of the aspects of deterrence and cohesion and deterrence of the alliance. As for the European Union, I am convinced that when America is back within the alliance, America is not back in Europe and will be accidentally collaborating with the main European partners. But the interest of the United States shifted to Asia, and it will be the strategic area of business, military business as well, of the United States. That's why reinforcing capabilities and institutions of the European Union in the sphere of security and defense is one of the crucial requirements for the future. Once again, if strategic autonomy is perceived outside the European Union legal framework, it is a mistake, because it can undermine those achievements that we created during the last 2 decades of CSDP. If it is perceived as a reinforcement of those institutions and mechanisms that were envisaged both by the Maastricht Treaty and the Lisbon Treaty, this is a correct way forward. We have to reinforce PESCO. We have to reinforce European Defence Fund. We have to do something with the battle groups that are completely unusual. We have to reinforce our mechanism of crisis management. We have to create an operational HQ for European operations, because this is our responsibility for our own security when America is back within NATO, but the national interest of the United States shifted more and more to Asia.
Thank you. And last but not least, Professor Sprutz.
Thank you. Very briefly, and of course, I will also echo some of the very valuable, I think, very relevant insights already expressed by the previous speakers. Shortly, one on strategic patience with China and Russia. I think it's a long game. As it has been expressed in the previous panel, that, or at least some of the thoughts, that if the leadership changes, Russia also can change and we can work with civil society. I would be a little bit more pessimistic. As much as it is Putin's Russia, it is also Russia's Putin. As much as it is Xi, China, it is also China's Xi. The expansionism, assertiveness, resentment, the great powerness is a very integral part, indispensable part of China's and Russia's DNA. And I think we should take into account it. So strategic patience, strategic long-term planning and thinking is absolutely part of the game. There will know, because of leadership change, immediately some changes in stances of those countries. The second one on interaction, I would say as deterrence as much as needed, dialogue as much as possible. Many good things have been done with respect to deterrence, especially in Poland and the Baltic countries. After 2014, I think very positive steps which have reassured and reinforced also the presence. At the same time, of course, still things can be added and done. As for the dialogue, it is a tricky part. The selective engagement, what exactly does it include? Climate, strategic stability. So these, I think, are very difficult and challenging parts, and I think even within this panel, we saw the differences among the partner countries within the EU with different perspectives. And they were also quite vocally, even politely underlined when Mr. Macron was in Riga last year. So there are differences of positions, of stances, of geographical location and collective memory as well. Last but not least, I would subscribe to the analysis that strength starts at home, and it's on both levels. On level of transatlantic unity, and that's not taken for granted, because in many ways, in form, Mr. Biden is back, but in a substance, there are many questions if there is not a lot of continuity of Mr. Trump's policies. So that's why, of course, Euro-Atlantic community, Euro-Atlantic solidarity is extremely important, viably to deter anyone. I think Europe cannot be on its own, cannot do it on its own. And last but not least, what I mentioned previously, the domestic internal within the EU and within nations, resilience and common convergence of value base, I think is extremely important as well. And that's why the fight for hearts and minds actually starts within our own communities. And then on that one, we can build already more solid basis for interaction with outside world, including with those authoritarian assertive systems as Russia and China is right now. I finish here.
Thank you very much, all four panelists. Thank you for your time and attention and your recommendations. My conclusion will be only we're all discussing new normal so often right now. I think for the EU, the new normal is to discuss all the time China and Russia in the nearest future, really. Thank you very much. And I just take the floor to Professor Gruszczak. I think he's there already.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm here.
Yes. Okay, I couldn't spot you. The floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Bonikowska, for passing the floor to me, and thank you for the invitation to facilitate the debate in the last panel. And it's going to be a really magnificent panel with outstanding participants and experts who I hope will contribute to the previous discussion concerning the transatlantic relations, as well as the role of both collective actors such as the NATO, the European Union, as well as national actors and modern nation states. So I have a privilege to welcome to this last panel our eminent participants, panelists, starting with Dr. Hans-Gert Pöttering, former president of the European Parliament and former chairman of Konrad Adenauer Stiftung Foundation. And I also welcome Mr. Eric Bradberg, director of the Europe Program and a fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace in Washington. Welcome. Next, it's my pleasure to welcome Dr. Werner Fasabend, president of the Austrian Institute for European and Security Policy, the former Minister of Defense and the former President of the National Council of the Republic of Austria, followed by Mr. Radosław Sikorski, member of the European Parliament and the former Minister of National Defense, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Poland. Welcome, Minister. And our last speaker is Mr. Robert Pszczell, Senior Fellow at the Kazimierz Pularski Foundation and long-term Director of NATO Information Office in Moscow. So the agenda for the last panel is the following. I will give the floor to the distinguished speakers for a 10 minutes long presentation, followed by question and answer session. I think that we can use this chat window or just raising virtual hands. And finally, to wrap up the panel, I will give you floor once more for brief, let's say, assessment or reference to the questions or comments if there are any. Okay, so without further delay, I would like to pass the floor to Dr. Hans-Gert Pöttering. Sir,
yes.
over to you.
Thank you so much. I hope you can hear me. I'm in northern Germany, in the area of Osnabrück. Osnabrück was a city with Münster together, where the peace treaty was made in 1648, the Westphalian Peace Treaty. So I thank you very much, Professor Bruczak, for the chance to speak to you. And firstly, I would like to thank Anna Szymanska-Klich and the Konrad Adenauer Foundation and the NATO Headquarters for organizing this meeting. And I'm always very happy to speak to Polish partners and friends like you, Professor Bruczak, and I'm very thankful that you are chairing this meeting. So let's me start at this, and I'm speaking as a politician who was 35 years member of the European Parliament. I think in politics, the most important is trust. Trust between the political actors, between the political leaders, and between human beings. If there is no trust, you cannot achieve anything. And I think this is the most important concerning the American-European relations, that with President Joe Biden, we have a president whom one can trust again. And I think this is very important. And it's very important as well, although some people think only interests count, but my deep belief is interests always follow the values. And the most important is to have values. And you can only defend yourself and your partners when you know you have something in common. And I think we should never forget that we in the European Union are a union of values. That means dignity of the human being, freedom, democracy, rule of law, and of course, peace. And this we share with our American friends. And these ideas now come back with the administration of President Joe Biden. But this does not mean that there is harmony and that we are living with the United States in a situation of a paradise. Not at all. There are certainly differences as well. And I want to remind us on the dispute over the submarine deliveries to Australia. And there was a big clash between France and the United States. And the French foreign minister even said, Jean-Yves Le Drian, this was a step in the back. And we as Europeans, at least this is my position, we are on the side of our French friends, because we always should try to understand the interests and the interest of our friends in the European Union. And we always should support, if it's possible, our European partners. And if they have a problem, in this case, the French, for instance, with the United States, then we have to support our friends in France. And then there was this fated troop withdrawal from Afghanistan. So this meant that already under the administration of President Trump, there was an agreement between the administration of President Trump in February 2020, and we Europeans were not consulted. And when President Joe Biden decided to withdraw from Afghanistan some months ago, we were not consulted. And I think this is a real problem. And what will happen to the Europeans if one day the Americans would withdraw from Europe? Many people say they are oriented now to the Pacific, to East Asia. This may be true, and certainly it is true, but we are in a very difficult situation in Europe, in the European Union, if the Americans would withdraw from Europe. And so it's my belief that we have to strengthen the European pillar of the North Atlantic Alliance. And I think this is very important. Of course, NATO remains important for us, but if the Americans should withdraw one day from the defense of Europe, what I hope will not be the case, and we are not prepared, then we are in a very difficult situation. So I think we have to do everything to strengthen the European pillar of NATO. And I think we have to be aware that all parts of politics are connected, that everything belongs together. All policies are connected. war prevention, let's say diplomacy, then military capabilities. You cannot have an effective diplomacy if you don't have military capabilities. And then, of course, the question of trade. And I'm very happy that President Joe Biden and the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, agreed last year to have a new relation between the United States and the European Union with this Council on Trade and Technology. I think this is very important, that there is an ongoing process of negotiations between the United States and the European Union. And the European Union is more and more accepted as a partner for security and defense. I remember in my early days in the European Parliament, which is of course some decades ago, that the European Union had not at all any competence in the field of security and defense. And even in the European Parliament, I remember some of my predecessors as president of the European Parliament, they said in the 80s, oh, security and defense has nothing to do with the European Community, which was the organization at that time. And my belief always has been that the European Union, which is now the European Union, has to be strong in all fields of politics, and that Joe Biden accept this, I think is very good. All administrations in the United States, except the Trump administration, have always supported the European integration, and I think this is very important. And we should try now as Europeans, and I think the new German government has to play an important role in this field as well. Now we have to strengthen the European pillar of NATO. We have to fill our obligations, the 2%, and in the government agreement, they speak about 3%, including development aid and including our obligations to NATO. And I think this is a formula which in the end might be helpful to meet our obligations in the North Atlantic community. And my final word is, because I want to be in the framework of our time, even a little bit less, because we are already a little bit delayed. President Macron speaks about our own European sovereignty. I think this is a demand, this is an aim, and I would like to prefer to say more European sovereignty, but in the end it might be European sovereignty. So to come to a conclusion, I want the Americans to stay in Europe. I want to see the Americans to meet their obligations, and I want to see the Europeans to do more for our own defense. And I think this is very important for Poland. The Polish government had some difficulties with the Americans concerning television. And I think especially for Poland, a strong NATO is decisive, but a strong European Union is decisive for Poland as well. And I hope that in the end, and I speak now as a German, that our relations as Germans with Poland develop more or less, one cannot totally compare it with our cooperation with France, because for Germany, Poland is very important. And I hope that the Polish government sees always not only its transatlantic responsibility and obligations, but of course the responsibility to make the European Union stronger, so that we have the chance to defend ourselves. And this is important for Poland vis-à-vis our Eastern partners. If we just speak about Russia and the challenges we have from that side, we need to be strong. We have to defend our values. We have to defend our interests, and we can only do it together.
Thank you very much, Dr. Petering, for this a very interesting and stimulating presentation. Well, you mentioned trust, which seems to be a kind of commodity which is shrinking in contemporary world, and is so important for building social relationships as well as international relations, especially in cooperation. So I would like to uphold this matter concerning the trust in transatlantic relations, especially regarding President Biden's democratic agenda, and to ask Mr. Eric Bradberg, especially given that you noted several months ago that the European response to this democratic agenda has been lukewarm, and the differences were especially evident in regard to the position and attitude towards Russia and China. How do you think, is this going to be a longer trend in the EU-US relations, or this democratic agenda is going to be somehow adjusted to both actors? Please, Mr. Brandberg, take the floor.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. Good morning from Washington. It is great to be with all of you, and it's an honor to be part of this discussions. And thank you, Professor, for that kind question. What I thought I would do is just add a few remarks on kind of the theme of this panel on US-EU relations, specifically about security and defense, because I do think there is an opportunity to reframe, and several other speakers have already touched on this, reframe the traditional transatlantic debate, given the more positive view of the European Union that the Biden administration has adopted. And I'm happy to get to the democracy issues during our discussions, if that's okay. So I want to start by just noting that from a Washington perspective, this debate about EU defense cooperation is traditionally not something that a lot of people have, number one, paid attention to in Washington, and number two, been particularly supportive of. I mean, I think we all remember back in the 1990s, back then Secretary Madeleine Albright talking about the 3 Ds, the no duplication, no discrimination, no diminution of NATO's role in European security. And that view has continued to permeate much of the Washington thinking about the development of an autonomous European defense identity. Of course, these differences kind of came into really the spotlight during the Trump administration, which took a particularly negative view of EU defense cooperation and new initiatives like PESCO and the European Defense Fund, underpinned by an essentially extremely Eurosceptical view of the European Union as such, but also taking a very narrow defense industrial view of some of these new EU defense initiatives. And really focusing the discussion on transatlantic security on burden sharing and the 2% issue. I think with the Biden administration, while there is a degree of continuity between the traditional US view of European defense as sort of being, as preferring to focus on NATO and Europeans meeting its NATO obligations, I do think there is obviously a change in views on the European Union as such. President Biden, other US officials referring to the EU repeatedly as a partner of first resort, speaking of the need to rebuild, revitalize, and raise the level of ambition in EU-US relations, which I think we've seen some evidence of, albeit maybe not perfectly, but certainly during President Biden's trip to Europe during the summer, and some of the deliverables from that visit. We've also seen a change in tone when it comes specifically to security and defense and the notion of strategic autonomy, including recent remarks from National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, from the statement between Presidents Biden and Macron, and from the joint communique from the EU-US summit. And what I think what the Biden administration is looking for is ways to encourage and not just have the default US position be skepticism or opposition to EU defense initiatives, but to encourage Europeans to do more in the context of transatlantic security and in the context of what the administration wants to do, namely to strengthen NATO and transatlantic security. And we've seen, I think some practical progress where this more positive rhetoric has also translated into actual cooperation, with the US joining PESCO projects on military mobility, potentially joining additional PESCO projects, with hopefully resolving this long-standing difference over the administrative arrangement with the European Defense Fund to allow the US to participate there, and to not only establish, but to also launch soon the dedicated EU-US security and defense dialogue. So I think this shows that there is progress taking place. I think from a US point of view, though, there are still some question marks. I think one is about the strategic compass, where I think on the one hand, Biden administration officials welcome the strategic compass in the sense that it can help clarify the EU's role, can help promote strategic coherence in Europe. can help clarify what a European pillar in NATO actually means. And they see complementarity with the strategic concept that NATO is also developing. But I think that they are also quite concerned, or at least wary of the potential that this could also duplicate or overlap with the separate NATO process. And they really want to put a lot of focus on having the NATO summit this summer in Madrid be very successful, and to highlight the strategic concept and not in any way undermine it. So that's one concern. I think they're also watching very closely this upcoming European Defence Summit that will be convened during the French EU presidency. And I think they're interested in seeing how far-reaching that's going to go. There's also been skepticism about this notion that High Representative Borrell has presented of a rapid reaction force, which I think from a US perspective, the concern is that this is too similar to the NATO response force, and again, risks leading to duplication. And finally, I guess there is, in some corners, wariness with the notion of strategic autonomy, because it seemingly, and to your question, Professor, it seemingly signal, at least to American ears, European hesitancy about siding with the United States and the West in an age of great power competition between democracies and authoritarian systems. So I think what you've seen from the Biden administration is a willingness to sort of not criticize the notion of strategic autonomy, but not to fully embrace it either, but to sort of to encourage the notions of what a stronger, more resilient and more capable Europe would imply. So what does this all mean? Where do we go from here? Where I think we are right now, a year into a new US administration that has this more positive view, but also, as the previous speaker highlighted, with a series of serious transatlantic disagreements and clashes over Afghanistan, over AUKUS, is that I think we have an opportunity to have a much more frank transatlantic conversation beyond simplistic notions like America is back. And I think, what Biden offers Europe is an opportunity now over the next 3 years to really get its own house in order, to really build a European pillar with NATO, and to have the opportunity for the United States to not only tolerate this, but also frankly support it and encourage it. But that also puts the burden on the EU to really demonstrate that it can be a serious partner on security and defense issues, continuing to make itself more attractive to third-party countries, including the United States, giving them access to participate in projects, to demonstrate that it can develop the type of strategic enablers that Europe needs in order to operate autonomously, and which, if you look at the list of PESCO projects, it's not always entirely clear that the EU is prioritizing. To make clear that the strategic compass can actually lead towards greater strategic coherence in Europe, which is something that clearly has been a longstanding problem, and to clarify Europe's scope. Certainly, the US has signaled that it will not take the lead in the southern neighborhood, in the Sahel, in North Africa, perhaps not even in the Middle East, as the US is disengaging now from Iraq. Clearly, this is an area where the EU needs to operate autonomously. But I think, Europe also needs to contribute. The EU also needs to contribute to the eastern flank, which, albeit will continue and hopefully remain a core mission for NATO, underpinned by US support and leadership. But there is also, I think, a need for the EU to think about how it can continue to contribute to deterrence on the eastern flank, and continue to project and promote resilience and security in Eastern Partnership countries. And I think ideas such as using the new EU peace facility to provide defense capacities to countries like Ukraine or Georgia or Moldova, that type of thinking is what we need to make the EU also a projector of security and stability and resilience in its neighborhood. So I think there's a real opportunity here to reshape what has been quite a divisive debate in both a European and a transatlantic context on strategic autonomy in recent years, and to make this something that is not only consistent, but also mutually beneficial. And I think countries such as Poland and other countries in Northern Europe have a real opportunity here. And I think from a US perspective, would be really welcome to help shape this debate and ensure that a stronger, more capable, more resilient Europe is anchored in a strong and healthy transatlantic security relationship. And I think if we can make progress of this over the coming 3 years. I think that would be a really important contribution. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brother, for these insights into this complex structure of relationship between the US and its European allies. Thanks for just giving so many specific topics for the discussion of reflections. It's been mentioned several times that there is a need for reinvigorating the EU's common security and defense policy in close alliance with NATO, with the US. And now I would like to address the question concerning the chances for, say, reinvigoration or, say, a sort of new opening for the European security and defense policy, especially having the Biden administration with support for more efforts on the part of European allies. And I'd like to ask Dr. Werner Fasslaven to comment on this topic. Sir, the floor is yours. Could you please activate your microphone? Yeah, unfortunately, it was mute. Still, we can't hear you. Yeah, you should.
On the top of your screen, Werner.
Yeah. Bottom left corner of your screen on Zoom. Yeah, just a moment. You should find a microphone functionality.
Okay, I found it.
Great.
Thank you very much. Okay. Excuse me, please, for this technological gap I had, but I could not find the symbol at this screen that I usually don't use. Okay. Thank you very much for the invitation, Anna, and also Bogdan, and dear Professor Gruszczak. It's a great pleasure to take part at this discussion. To make it short, after Trump was history as president, of course, this was a big relief for all Europeans. I mean, what he had done, declaring NATO as obsolete, starting more or less a trade war with Europe, and also pulling out of JCPOA, which was for me the biggest diplomatic defeat I ever have seen. Really dangerous. Of course, Europe was in euphoria when Biden came, and I think, Biden did it extremely professionally in the first 3 months. Everybody was happy about it. And as it was already spoken out, this meant continuity, of course. But it also was mentioned already, there were 2 incidents that more or less brought a little shadow. This was on the one hand, Afghanistan in a double sense, not only for not communication, but also for making conscious or bringing consciousness to many Europeans that Europe by itself was not capable to pull out of Afghanistan without American help. And this certainly is something that is not bearable. And the other one was then AUKUS, of course, which brought another disappointment. And in addition to that, I would say there also was the warning, the Virginia warning, which meant, okay, we like Biden, we trust him completely, but nobody can tell what will be the situation maybe in 3 years. And insofar, there is a need for Europe to develop its own capabilities to get some way of strategic autonomy, even if this is not liked in America, and I can understand it. Now let's look to NATO and EU. You know, NATO stands for the Western community, and this always will be also in the future. There is no alternative to that, and NATO stands or is standing also for being the only organization that can withstand bigger threats like Russian invasion or whatever. This is the one thing. But the other thing is also that already in the strategic interest, we do have differences between Europe and America. The United States are a global power, and Europe is not even a regional power. If you look to the situation, you know, we are surrounded by crises. In the east of Europe, in the southeast, in the Middle East, and in Northern Africa. And where is Europe? Where is EU? No, nowhere. I mean, if you just compare, you know, that regional power with 80 million inhabitants, just a threshold power, I would say, like Turkey, is initiative and successfully initiative in Libya, in Syria, in the South Caucasian region, in Iraq, even does have quite some influence in Afghanistan, and Europe is nowhere. This, of course, does mean that Europe has to develop own initiatives in security and defense policy. And not only in order to secure its own surroundings, to stabilize its neighborhood. This is an absolute must because the Americans cannot afford it. They have to concentrate on the big question and not on minor issues like, I don't know, Moldova or Libya or Chad or whatever. Okay. There's also another dimension, I would say. This is the technological dimension. If Europe is not capable to shape a common European defense market, we will be out of modern technologies because still quite a lot of modern technology developments is happening and is going on in the military sector. And if we only will have national armament industries, this cannot happen. And insofar, this will be a need. Okay, and there's a third reason, I would say. This is the question of the Indo-Pacific. We have to be aware that the Indo-Pacific region, of course, will be the center of activities. It is the new global maritime center. And this also means that we will have to look at our own security interests. And what I would say is, you know, that the maritime line between the Mediterranean and the Indian Ocean, of course, is a European lifeline. And we have to secure it, not anybody else. And if I just look to the situation that there's only one carrier in Europe, the French carrier, I mean, when they are in the docks, there's nothing else. When the American carriers are used or are needed in Eastern Asia or wherever, there's nothing from EU side. Therefore, it is absolutely necessary to do something. And what I see is, you know, that my experience is that the discussion between NATO and the EU, of course, you always will have discussions between two organizations. But the discussion about duplication on commands, I think this is nonsense. If there is no command where you can prepare guide, steer, and also analyze even regional missions in Africa, in Eastern Europe, or wherever, you are not capable to do anything. And what I see, if the Europeans don't overtake responsibility, their tendency will be, okay, the Americans will do it, and there will be no ambition really to strengthen the defense capabilities. And the big problem I see over there, of course, in the European policy will be the differences between France and Germany. France with a post-colonial attitude, more or less, and Germany with a pacifist attitude. Of course, this is a big problem. And insofar, I think, that the Americans really should try also not only to just take it as it is, but to stimulate the Europeans to do more. And they have to be aware, this is my experience, everybody is just, security defense is not a matter for Europeans. This is for the Americans. The only exception probably are, on the one hand, the French within EU, and on the other hand, the Baltic countries and Poland, due to their different threat perception they do have versus Russia. But the rest will not do anything. That's what I see, And insofar it will be necessary to have the two organizations, to have clear commitments, and maybe we can manage, with the strategic compass to get more or less a guideline for the Europeans on one hand, and also for NATO at the other hand. But there is no alternative for me, that we need NATO, that we need a strong relationship from both sides, transatlantic relationship, and on the other hand, also more autonomy and more capability at the European side.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fassovan. Thank you for this very interesting, insightful, and critical in some instances reflections on European security. But indeed, it's a question of the role, the position, the status of the European Union as a community in the global map. So given that the Union looks less and less like a community, rather as a sort of marketplace where such values as democracy, freedom, or security are subject to national bargaining, is a question how this global, or this grand chessboard, quoting Zbigniew Brzezinski, is a proper place for the EU, or whether the EU is ready and is going to build a sort of consensus around its current and future role in the world. And I'd like to address this question to Mr. Radosław Sikorski. Sir, could you please take the floor?
Hello, everyone. I understand we are almost out of time and there is still Director Pszczell, so I'll be telegraphic. In answering your question, which is, what are the effects of Joe Biden's administration's new opening to the European Union in the area of security? I'm afraid I share my predecessor's gloomy assessment that there are no effects. And the reason there are no effects is that the European Union, or rather its member states, are not taking security terribly seriously. We have passed a multi-annual EU budget for 7 years. Initially, there was to be a defense budget in it for the first time of 13 billion euros, in other words, 2 billion per annum. It was cut to 7, which is to say 1 billion per annum for the whole continent. And that's not serious. Poland spends more than 10 times than that. And you can't have a serious defense posture for that kind of money. So the Americans are not treating it seriously because we ourselves are not treating it seriously. We're in breach of the Lisbon Treaty as regards jointly conducting foreign policy, and we are also in breach of the Lisbon Treaty in pooling our resources together for common defense. PESCO, which was supposed to be a vanguard project of countries that are capable and willing, became another political exercise with the lowest common denominator. EDA continues to burn money without any practical effects. There is this, rhetorically, and my party's European People's Party in the European Parliament has proposed some initiatives, Defense Commissioner, Defense Council, European Legion or Rapid Entry Force, whatever you might call it. But I understand that Germany has fundamental constitutional problems with it. And what I'm wondering is what disaster has to happen before European member states start taking defense seriously. Does it have to be the invasion of Ukraine or possibly even more? It's a little bit better in the, if you understand security more broadly than just defense. But even there, the picture is mixed. Germany is going ahead with Nord Stream 2, although making some skeptical noises now, which decreases the security, at least the energy security, but more of Central and Eastern Europe. On the other hand, we have a good thing, namely the Trade Technology Council, which was launched in Pittsburgh, which is to agree joint minimum standards on issues like incoming and outgoing investments, trade, and some industrial and other ethical standards. I'm more hopeful on that because I feel that Europe will try to remain a good ally of the United States without being drawn into its conflict with China by playing to its strength, which are in the regulatory field. What I worry about, and I'll end with this, is that those of us here who've been defense ministers know that it takes about a decade to build to make a defense system operable in a national army. So if we don't start right away, we will still be defenseless as the European Union for some very considerable time, and we are not even starting. So it's not good. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Thanks for sharing these interesting comments and experiences. And talking about China is, let's say, everyday experience when dealing with global politics, but also in U.S. politics. Biden administration, of course, as its predecessors, has been very focused on China, but. Well, we from the perspective of Europe, European Union, we can say that China is afar, Russia is close to our borders. So now I'd like to ask Mr. Robert Pszczell, as an outstanding expert on Russian affairs, with enormous knowledge about the Russian politics, to respond to the question concerning Russia as an actor, which has been actively shaping the rationale behind the transatlantic relations, and how do you think how the Russian factor or the Kremlin factor will affect this security agenda in the EU as well as in the transatlantic security community? Sir, over to you.
Thank you, Professor, and thank you for the invitation. I'm really happy that the International Security Conference Krakow is still going on after so many years. Look, I mean, to answer your question, I think the direct answer would be essentially that it should be important, but I'm not sure if it really is, particularly in the EU context. But I thought I'm going to be the, if you like, the critical one, but the previous three speakers have done a lot of job in that respect. And I will follow with that line of reasoning because, still sticking to the title and the theme of this particular panel. I mean, the US-Europe relationship when it comes to defense. I mean, in normal times, one would not, I think, commit a big error, say that, progress has been made and there's a variety of things that we can point towards. And, President Biden and his administration, that's a very different situation from the previous one. There is a genuine will. Some of it is also, of course, driven by the fact, obviously, of US self-interest, because, US clearly, who would not like to fight two wars, one in Europe and one further away and in the Pacific, and that's quite natural. So it's both, if you like, the political inclinations, the interest, but also the values and the genuine, still existing sort of bonds of including many people administration to Europe, which was in good state. There's various things mentioned, for instance, by Eric about the things that I think I appreciate in Washington. I'm sure they are. The problem is that all this would be good in the good times, but times are not good. They're very dangerous times, and the things which could pass for progress may not necessarily pass for progress, because we are all facing an unprecedented challenge. One of the speakers, some other conference mentioned recently, if the famous black swan is the COVID, then the gray rhino is a potential conventional conflict in Europe. And you had Sergei Ryabkov today issuing one of the most direct threats to NATO countries, threatening a military response to if NATO, US-led, does not accept Russian demands, which by definition are unacceptable. So, this is extremely serious. And by the way, China, of course, is posing all sorts of threats on its own. So the thing is that, Europeans, I think, there is this strange belief. We heard it from some of the speakers in previous panels, and somehow, invasion of Ukraine will not have a major impact on European security. Of course it would. And so would, by the way, if US is kind of not supported by allies and European partners in the Indo-Pacific. I mean, this is, I would even say, delusional. I mean, this would have immense implications. So therefore, one should act fast and in a swift and united manner. I'm not sure if we're seeing this. Let me say a few words about the European strategic autonomy concept, because, it's... If you talk about it in other contexts, I don't think there's anything wrong. But in the defense field, this has some very difficult implications. As again, Eric rightly mentioned, there's particular things that US would like to see happening or not happening. And that's to do with, of course, with the resources. It's to do with capabilities and so on. That is not exactly the progress that is being made right now. There is a problem with the definitions. It's not clear. If you talk about autonomy, it's autonomy from somebody, whereas we know very well that particularly in very difficult times, there is no replacement, there is no substitute for the US capabilities and everything that goes with it. It's fundamental for European security and defense. Second issue, if Europe wants to be a global player, it should start being a regional one. I have to say, I was somewhat disappointed in, after all, France is going to take up the mantle of the EU presidency next year. And in the speech, President Macron did not even mention Eastern Partnership. He mentioned the Balkans, in which, unfortunately, Paris has been acting as a bit of a spoiler by blocking the membership perspective for the Balkan countries. Africa was mentioned. What about, for instance, the Caucasus? I mean, there's so much that Europe could do more, also from a political point of view, not even getting in defense. And that's just not happening. The second issue is the threat analysis. Again, we could hear it from various points made in previous panels. There is a huge gap. If there is an irreconcilable gap with Russia, well, there seems to be quite a significant gap in terms of the threat assessment. I'm pretty sure NATO will work it out. but I'm not sure about the EU. And the first draft of the strategic concept compass is the least well-guarded secret in Brussels. So almost everybody has seen it, and there's not even a mention of Russia and China. The third thing is, this issue of the trade-off between dialogue and deterrence and so on. Well, I think there's a bit of false flag there. But one thing is sure, because of the difficulty of the times, it's the presumption of availability of different military capabilities, including specific units for both collective defense and some other operations, should not be taken for granted anymore. Because to be honest, it's NATO which is struggling a little bit with ensuring that rather fundamental obligations. In other words, my prescription, I'll end on this, would be that there should be, at times like this, stress on unity, but also focusing on simple, perhaps unglorious things, but which make a huge difference in the world of security. And one of them is making progress on things like military mobility. The other one is about actually supporting, two sides of Atlantic themselves in a variety of difficult discussions that are taking place. Because ultimately, as the former now German defense minister, AKK, as she used to be called, said that the European autonomy in the defense field is basically an illusion. Whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, that's open for discussion. But this will not change in the nearest future, and we don't have a luxury of kind of experimenting this. Whereas there is huge scope for doing lots of, if you like, organic things which could make a difference. And I think that's the direction that both the discussion and actual real actions which follow that should take. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pschat, for your comments, which have addressed the main, topics which have been discussed so far. So now we have some time for questions, or actually there is one comment from Mr. Ian Anthony concerning sort of a triple challenge for the United States in the form of crisis in Ukraine, Taiwan, and Iran, and the question of Chinese or China-Russia-Iranian dialogue. I think that this might be it's a matter for the wrapping up this conference. Are there any questions from the audience right now? I can't see. I think that now we can go to the last part of this panel. Some final concluding remarks on the basis of the previously raised matters and commenting somehow the results of this panel and the previous panels. And I would suggest to follow the order of appearance, starting with Dr. Hans-Gert Pöttering. Sorry, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Gruszak. First of all, I think we have to be optimistic. I was too long maybe a member of the European Parliament, but I have seen the European Parliament developing from a body that had zero legislation power. And now Radoslav Sikorski is a member of the European Parliament, and he is a powerful man with the European Parliament because the European Parliament is an equal partner in legislation in all areas of European legislation without taxes. And of course, defense and foreign policy, security policy is the most difficult one. And I realized when I was for 10 years in the 80s and 90s, chairman of the subcommittee Security and Disarmament, we demanded a council for defense ministers. I have never heard that at that time defense ministers of our member states demanded this, but we as European Parliament did. And now we have a council of defense ministers. So we have to have, and this is decisive, a political will. We have the instrument, not yet the military instruments, but we have the legal instruments. And if some countries want to go ahead with European defense, they can. And so I would say the glass is not half empty, the glass is half full. And we are living in a real world. Now we have the threat of Russia vis-a-vis Ukraine, and we have to be firm. If there would be an attack of Russia on the area beyond the Donbass, if there would be an attack, we have to be firm. Russia would have to pay the price. They should forget Nord Stream 2. I always was not in favor of Nord Stream 2 because it was not consulted with our partners in the eastern countries of the European Union. And as far as China is concerned, they are violating the agreement with Hong Kong, with the United Kingdom. They are not in favor of the human rights of the Muslim people in Xinjiang. They are diminishing the culture of Tibet. And so we have to be clear, if China would attack Taiwan, then this would be rejected by, hopefully, by the Americans with the support of the Europeans. So if one takes everything together, I am in favor of a balance of diplomacy and military strength. And my last word is, because Eric Bradberg said it, that the Americans are not in favor of a rapid reaction force, which was proposed by Josep Borrell. I am very much in favor. If, for instance, there is a case, let us take it theoretically, there is a case where the Americans don't want to act, and we Europeans, and it would be in the interest of the Europeans that we act, and we have not the instrument, then we would be lost. And so I think we now in the European Union, or those countries who are willing to do it should make steps into that direction, that we have more capabilities as far as defense is concerned, and always combine this with diplomacy. And this is in the deep interest of the United States of America. I want them, the Americans, to be a strong leader in NATO, but that we as Europeans are an equal partner. This must be our ambition. And if we have this as a basis for our cooperation, United States, and let's not forget Canada and the Europeans, then we are on a good way in the future.
Thank you very much, Dr. Petering. Meanwhile, there's a request from Senator Bogdan Klich for the floor. Please. Please unmute your microphone.
Yes, before Radek Sikorski responses during the second round in that panel, I'd like to ask the question concerning the future of CSDP in the context of Article 42 of the Lisbon Treaty. This is the Article 42 that enables the member states of the European Union to shape the defense union of the European Union. It means that the future of CSDP is not only about reinforcement of PESCO, reinforcement of the European Defence Fund, next steps concerning European Defence Agency, but it is about the creation of the European Defence Union. Moreover, there are two commissioners responsible, one of them for the creation of the European Defence Union and the other one for the creation of the European Security Union. So what about this perspective? I understand that we are not satisfied with the current stage of the progress of CSDP. I understand all the concerns about the financial basis for this development, but maybe it is the right time to go ahead and to try to shape the framework of the European Defence and Security Union without any changes in the treaties, because this is the Lisbon Treaty that enables us to do that. So what about those two projects?
Thank you very much, Senator. So let's now move back to the order, and now, Mr. Eric Bradberg, could you please comment or just share your reflections upon the heat of the discussion?
Sure, thank you. A great discussion. I'll defer the Article 42 question to some of my other panelists, although I would note that I think Article 44, however, and its potential application on exercises and potential operations in security domains, including cyber policy, I think is likely to feature in the French EU presidency. So perhaps there will be more discussions about that in the coming months. I think this has been a great discussion. One thing I just wanted to add in terms of, and I think we've seen that since AUKUS, in terms of Washington's perspective and expectations of Europe in the context of its potential contributions in the Indo-Pacific. And I think, clearly that suggests that from a US perspective and within the Biden administration, there's a very limited view in how they see the utility of Europe in contributing to security, defense, deterrence of China, if you will, in the Indo-Pacific. I think and I think AUKUS illustrates that. I think there is a case for Europe to be engaged in the Indo-Pacific, but it's primarily going to be in non-traditional security domains, maritime capacity building, being a partner to countries in the Indo-Pacific that are maybe a bit on the fence of siding too closely with the United States or aligning too closely with the US in an ever-growing US-China zero-sum competition. So I think from a US perspective, and that was sort of my key point, I think the expectation of Europe is to contribute practically and tangibly to security and defense, primarily in the Euro-Atlantic theater, on making maybe symbolic or lower contributions in the Indo-Pacific, focusing on European security. And that's why I think there is an opportunity in the next 3 years that we have to seize. Reading the tea leaves about where US politics is going in the future, we really got to take advantage of the next 3 years and build what many panelists have spoken about, a stronger, more capable, more resilient Europe, a European pillar within NATO, with the support of the United States, but frankly, with Europe itself, as several have pointed out, stepping up to the plate and doing more, taking more responsibility, spending more. And I think we have no choice. And if we fail to do that under these circumstances, where at least transatlantically, politically, there's some space, I fear that this is just going to become even more divisive and more difficult in the coming years. So I think this has been a very good discussion and look forward to further discussions on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brodberg. And now to Dr. Fassalavant. Sir, could you please share your comments?
Yeah, maybe just a few words to Mr. Brodberg, because I think in our discussion it is extremely necessary and does have value, to see both sides of the Atlantic. There can be no discussion about the eminent need of NATO. But what I have been seeing now already for 3 decades, the Americans overestimate the danger that European security or defense autonomy could bother the transatlantic link. I just want more or less to repeat what Radoslav Sikorski said. I mean, if you talk about European defense, you have to be aware. And when we are talking about autonomy, this does not mean that we are independent from the Americans. This only does mean that we can make very few small steps just by ourselves when it is urgently needed. Urgently needed. That's what I see. And otherwise, there will be no European ambition yet to strengthen the military side. The consequence will be that the Americans do have partners in Europe, but partners that are not willing to do anything in defense. That's what I see. And insofar, we really should go into not formal discussions. We established the battle groups already 20 years ago, more or less. Was there a danger coming out? Nothing. We are not able to do. If you just look at cases like Libya, just such a small country with 4 million inhabitants in a desert, and the whole of Europe was not able to manage such a question because we did not have enough transport capabilities and not much ammunition and so on. I mean, the reality is not the danger that America and Europe could get apart, but the danger is that there is no European capability. That's what I see. And what I see is that we are surrounded by crises. All around Europe, we do have crises, and we do not have the capability to manage them. That's what I see. And I think this also should be in the American interest.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fassolabend. I think that your voice is particularly strong, given that it connects or makes a sort of structural functional interlink between Europe and America, between the EU and the USA as sure partners and allies. Thank you once more. And now to Minister Sikorski. Well, the question from Senator Klich was addressed to you. So if you please answer this question, and of course comment on some other topics which you raised. I have a feeling that we lost Mr. Sikorski. He disconnected from Zoom platform. Hopefully he will rejoin us. So
if I may, Radek Sikorski had to, as far as I know, had to go to Strasbourg to take part in the session of the European Parliament. So he was with us only for a while, and he has to be justified.
Oh, okay. Thank you for this clarification, Senator Klich. Actually, we are just running against our time, so this may happen. So now, without further delay, to Mr. Robert Szczal for his remarks and comments.
Since I have the final word almost. Well, it's an interesting illustration, by the way, of a certain problem of European Parliament were to play a crucial role, European defense, and there was a need to take urgent decisions while the Parliament was on the move between Brussels and Strasbourg. You know, in NATO, there is a sacred principle that you need to be, the ambassadors at least, need to be maximum 2 hours away from the potential meeting. But I leave that aside. Optimism, I'm all in favor of this, but the problem is, again, you know, when the times are tough, you know, you have to be realistic as well. And, you know, it's not as if that optimism, misplaced optimism, I'm not talking about Mr. Pottering's optimism as in place, but that sometimes, you know, we do have optimism based on essential refusal to accept reality. And that is partially what led us to the situation with Russia, because for so many years, too many people actually took various hopes as expressions of what is possible, and look where are we now. And the reality is that, you know, if you look closely at the military potential of various countries, not even EU as a whole, well, you know, we still have Germany, which is struggling to define whether it can actually meet the 2%. You know, you have France, which is undertaking some very noble efforts to modernize its forces, but the French military themselves admit that, you know, it's lacking certain depth, and various operations, including in Africa, prove that US support is crucial. UK, although not part of EU, but, you know, it's going for the land forces size, which is the lowest since the time of the Napoleonic Wars. In fact, you know, Sweden and Finland are perhaps the best examples. So that is a reality. And as far as the paragraphs 42 or 44, I mean, this is the thing, you know, the EU Rapid Response Force, I mean, there's supposed to be some clever solutions to the issue that, you know, if you won't get consensus, you may not get consensus because of the unsurmountable, at this stage, threat analysis. If you don't have this, you know, how you can move forward. But, you know, the idea is there will be some sort of coalition of the willing. You know, it doesn't look that brilliant. But the fact of the matter is, and that is the most frustrating, that there's so many things that EU could do. We haven't even had a chance to speak about a partnership with NATO, which is actually progressing well. But, you know, if you talk about resilience, we haven't talked about anti-kleptocracy. kleptocracy initiatives, which are very important. Military mobility I mentioned, but there is, if you ask the Russians what they think about the European Union's, role in defense, they say it's marginal, non-existent. I think the Chinese probably have the same view. But if you talk about the trade, if you talk about the sanctions, if you talk about various other instruments which are fully in possession of European Union, that's not just low-hanging fruit. It's the tools that should be used. So I don't know whether the starting point of being optimist leads you to different pastures, but the fact of the matter is that I would claim to remain an optimist simply because there is so much that there is at the disposal of Europeans and Americans together that we can do to face up to the challenge posed by Russia, China, and its various small helpers like Belarus and others. But it's time for bold decisions, and the kind of creative ambiguity and pretending that things are right will simply not do today. So I hope that's optimistic. I don't know what that is, but I very much hope that is the approach that would be taken in reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pszczell, for this, in fact, concluding remarks, because our time is up. So I was actually asked and authorized in the name of the organizers, in the name of Mrs. Anna Szymańska-Klich to conclude the conference. So it was a fantastic experience to listen to so many brilliant observations and reflections on the state of the affairs of reality, which sometimes bites deeply, and about some, let's say, ambitions and unfulfilled plans. Hopefully, the contribution, both as a sort of academic debate or scholarly exchange, as well as a sort of, let's say, voice addressed to the politicians, decision makers, will bring about, let's say, some brightest prospects for the future, especially for the next conference, for the next Krakow Security Conference, which hopefully will be organized next year. And at the very end, I would say that it was a tremendous experience to listen to all these panels and to hear from Krakow, well, virtually, in fact, so many references to global affairs, but also to China, to Russia, to Indochina, Indo-Pacific, Asia-Pacific, Western Hemisphere, the United States, the transatlantic relations, etc. So it's been a truly, let's say, global event. And this is, I think, value added by the Institute for for Strategic Studies for this gathering, for this meeting of outstanding experts, politicians, and scholars. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for contributing so fantastically to this event, and hopefully we'll have another opportunity to meet together and to discuss the present and the future aspects of security in Europe and in the United States. Thank you very much. Have a nice afternoon or evening, and stay safe. All the best.
Thank you very much, Professor, indeed, for your help. But as far as I see, Hans-Gert Pöttering wanted to take the floor.
Yes, if you allow me, Bogdan, I just wanted to say...
Absolutely, absolutely, Hans.
Do you understand me?
Yeah.
As far as
yes, we do hear you.
Yes, thank you very much, Bogdan. As far as optimism is concerned, would any one of us who had the chance to discuss today thought in the 1980s that Poland would be part of NATO and part of the European Union? This is my answer to optimism and vision that everything is possible if there is a will by the people and the politicians to go ahead for democracy and liberty and the dignity of the human being.
And if I may, to continue those words of Hans-Gert Pöttering, I wanted to tell you that currently within the Conference on the Future of Europe, that together with Radek Sikorski, we are representatives of the opposition in Poland, there is a large debate on how to reinforce variety of European politics. And this is a common security and defense policy. This is one of them. And there are several proposals to do that. I mean, to enhance European Union in that field because, and this is important, there is a willingness, there are expectations of the citizens of European Union to have reinforcement in particular areas. They say, we need more Europe, and one of them, this is the sphere of security and defense. And we are obliged as politicians, maybe not experts, but we are obliged as politicians to meet those expectations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, gentlemen. And yeah, I think that these final conclusions are just bringing us to the end of the conference. So once again, all the best, and stay safe in this time of the pandemic. Goodbye.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.